Mute camera on. Awesome.
Wonderful. All right, welcome to day 4. It seems like it's gone by so quickly. Today we're going to have two quick talks from students. The first is Rogero, who's going to talk about identifying its first radio signals with autoencoders. Sounds really cool. 2 student talks, and then we'll move into the first lecture of the day, which is going to be by Jesse Rondo. It's going to be resumed, unfortunately, because she's a little bit under the weather. But first of all, Rogero, take it away.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So today I will present my master thesis project, where we try to identify dispersed radio signals with the use of variational autoencoders. So first of all, the method was at first developed for fast radio bursts. So let me give you a very short introduction of what fast radio bursts are. They are very fast, in the order of milliseconds or less, radio signals. They have been identified from 110 megahertz up to 8 gigahertz. What is actually very fascinating about this signal is that we know where they come from. They come from an extra galactic, so beyond our galaxy, but the source that is making these signals, is still unexplained. So there's an important parameter to describe this type of signal. It is the dispersion measure. So you can see here the first fast radio burst ever detected in 2007 by Lorimer et al. And what you can see here is that we have dispersed signal, meaning that higher frequency arrive earlier than lower frequency. And on top, you can see the integrated dynamic spectrum, what you can see here, and it's basically just the flux that we get from this signal. The dispersion measure is used to describe this type of behavior of basically higher frequency arriving earlier than lower frequency, and it's defined as the integral along the path followed by the signal along from the source to the detector. And this creates a time delay. So as I said before, we have higher frequency like earlier, and we can see that there is like a small difference between first frequency to lower frequencies. This is an important formula which will turn out to be very useful for our research. So our FRB is identified at the moment. It's used what is called the de-dispersion method. I created a model works. Basically, you select a very wide range of DMs, you try them all, trying to basically obtain a straight signal on the left panel. When you get like this perfect straight, you have a peak in the integrated sum, and once you get the peak, that's when you say they have the FRBs, and the dispersion measure is the one associated with the peak. The problem with this method is that it's very computationally expensive. It can require more than 10 to the power of 3 trials before finding the right one. And it's much more than what we do with pulsar, because the dispersion measure might be much higher because of their extragalactic origin, and basically not galactic as most of the pulsars are around. So yeah, we try to approach this problem and solve this computationally expensive process and make it much more faster and much more, basically less computationally expensive. To do so, we use machine learning. And why should we use machine learning to do this? Well, first of all, there's going to be a large number of incoming data in the coming years. Projects like SKA or even CHIME dedicating most of this time now to identify fast radio bursts will make this data much larger, and therefore having less computational expense is going to be key to identify most of them, and even like unusual one with higher DMs or weirder DMs. For this reason, this method is going to be dispersion measure range independent, meaning that your computational cost will not increase at the increase of a range of where you are analyzing, and possibly allowing to identify different and unusual type of sources. And finally, this can speed up to real time the detection of fast radio bursts, and hopefully allow follow-up in other wavelengths to maybe explain the source that's generating these signals. Okay, so let's get down to the machine learning side of the project. We have used a particular type of neural network, which is called autoencoders, in particular variational autoencoders. Well, they are very much used at the moment commonly to basically analyze images. And so we're going to treat our dynamic spectrum as an image. It goes through the first input, the first neural network, which is an encoder, that brings everything to the latent space, where we have fewer parameters to describe the original image. And then it goes through a second neural network, which is the decoder, and try to reconstruct the image that you have on the left, on the right, and hopefully try to make this as similar as possible from the left to the right. So in the latent space, we're going to have less parameters describing the original image. Here is where we're going to, where the heart of the project stays. What we are going to use inside of the latent space is taking the inferred neural network parameters and make them of some physical meaning. So usually these are parameters that don't mean anything for a human eye. We cannot interpret them. They just like stay in the latent space where they just occupy different spots according to different images. We wanted them to become some physical meaning. And so we changed the decoder. We made the decoder a physical formula, the time delay that I introduced before. And this forces the parameter inside of the latent space to obtain the physical meaning that we want, in particular the dispersion measure, so the top part of the numerator of our formula. This is going to give us a second image that we are going to compare with the input and hopefully try to reproduce it by optimizing just a DM. So this is how it works. We take the image, we encode it to the latent space, and then we decode it with a new hour decoder, that is the physical form that we just introduced, and compare the input to the output to then basically infer the DM what we're doing. So let me show you how it works. Basically, you can see here the training process on one single burst, just for basically explanation reasons. As you can see at the beginning, it's just a blob. So the neural network is completely missing the correct inference of the dispersion measure. But slowly, what happens is that it starts converging and start reproducing the image that we have on the right. Once we basically reach enough similarity, that's when the dispersion measure that you can see on top is as similar as possible to the one injected. And that's when we can say that our training process was successful. We did this on a much bigger data set. So starting from basically 20,000 simulated bursts. And I can show you some results. And as you can see on the left, is very similar to the one that we have on the right. And on the top, you can see the relative error of the results. This is very fast because it's just to show you that it's actually working, but we did some statistical on this. And what we obtained that the average relative error for our process was 4.29%. And we use this to establish basically a confidence range, which is going to be plus or minus 3 times our relative error, which gives us 100 DMs average relative size. Which is very important because basically this can speed up even the original process. Instead of trying over 10 to the power 3 DMs, you can use first our neural network and then get a much smaller range of DMs in which you can try the classic brute force method and the de-dispersion method. This gives us a confidence of 99.5% at burst. So we are actually capable of identifying basically all the bursts in the dataset through this method. But the question now becomes, it works very well on simulated bursts. Does it work on real bursts? And it actually did. So we took one fast radio burst from Westerberg, and the DM associated with this one is the one you can see on top. And as you can see, the relative error of this burst is 13%, and they will have been inside our confidence range. And therefore, with this method, we will have been able to identify these real bursts. So conclusion, our linear feed-forward neural network was capable of predicting the DM of an observed burst. This is very important because it can allow real-time data analysis without the use of any GPUs. All the dispersion method, because of this computational expensive, are done with GPUs, and this can be done just with CPU of computer, even for a very wide range of DMs. And also, it can restrict significantly the DM's range that is used for the classic dispersion method, allowing basically to speed up also this process. Both of these conclusions actually allow us to explore a wider range of DMs and hopefully help us identify more unusual and more uncommon fast radio bursts and maybe explain where they come from. So thank you very much for your attention, and I take your questions. Yeah.
Cool work. I was curious, so there's like 700 or 800 FRBs right now, and there's a class of them that repeat and stuff. Like, have you trained it on the different types of FRBs and stuff?
So the training that we did was just on a simulated burst. So basically, yeah, we never got to the training process on real bursts, but definitely that would be interesting. And we actually thought of something even more. We thought instead of training on basically a random simulated dataset or just like bursts that you already know basically the two classes that you talked about, we can actually make the neural network telescope dependent. So basically inform the neural network on the classic noise that you might have for one telescope, and therefore basically improving the performance of the neural network by already knowing what type of noises you have classically on that telescope, and hopefully identify the bursts that you actually have in there.
So you're using a straight up autoencoder, but I've heard of variational autoencoder as well, which can ostensibly help whenever your data might not actually lie within the space of training that you've done before. So it provides like a probabilistic encoding and decoding to help with outliers and things of that nature. Is that something that could easily be incorporated into your work? Would it be of interest just to make sure that you're not like trading too much on things that you're very, very certain of?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we started with wanting to use variational encoders. So basically, just to like common background, what happens in variational encoding is that you don't have a deterministic latent space, but a probabilistic latent space. So there you have a distribution of parameters. But basically, when you try to introduce that on an autoencoder, it makes things much more complicated, and sometimes they crash. That's actually what happened with my implementation. So we thought, okay, let's start removing the callback library divergence inside of the latent space, and then hopefully try to reintroduce it later. So, but yeah, it's definitely something they want to introduce. Yeah. I think that the performance of the neural network will improve so much because it's not going to be deterministic anymore, right? You're going to have basically a guess of your dispersion measured with a narrative error. And that's going to be super useful to not just like did what we did here with the confidence range, but actually think the prediction by the neural network will already be probabilistic. And that's super useful. Yeah.
So Chime just got a big award for finding FRPs.
Sorry?
The Chime telescope in Canada just got a big award for finding a bunch of FRPs.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to like push them. Like, you should use this more. They're not listening to me that much yet.
Any more questions? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was driving during the power outage this morning, so I didn't even see that until.
Yeah,
Glad that I got this.
it was a big outage as well. Like even back
A lot
up
of the University campus.
and even down to Centennial Park. That's good. All right, hi everyone. Good morning. This is going to be more of a advert for the paper that I've just submitted to AppJL the other day. You can find it on Archive. And it's also, I think, it's a nice warm-up for the stuff that we'll be covering today. So this paper, we're looking at the spectral variance of the gravitational wave background from a binary population, or from actually any population of gravitational wave emitters that creates a gravitational wave background. So current background modeling, we assume that the background most likely at nanohertz frequencies comes from finite populations of supermassive black hole binaries. And in Finney's paper 20 plus years ago, they showed that the spectrum that you'd expect is a power law. So in a log-log plot, this would be a straight line, which is why we're modeling the background yesterday as this power law. Thing is, this power law is actually the mean spectrum that you expect over many, many realizations of populations. So if you simulate your gravitational wave, supermassive black hole binary population, just because of randomness, you would expect the spectrum that you'd get out of it to be a little fuzzier than an actual straight line on this log-log plot. So we were looking into how much variance, like, can you actually compute what the variance would be, or you'd expect for a given population model of gravitational wave emitters. But yeah, just in short, what we were doing yesterday, just power laws everywhere. This is our main model for the background, and maybe it's not the best model that we could be using. Maybe we could include some information on some of these deviations from the power laws, particularly at these high frequencies over here, which you'll learn more about today. So I'll just quickly go over how we actually were able to compute an analytical form for the variance on the gravitational wave background. So imagine that you have a bunch of supermassive black hole binaries in the sky. So there's a finite number of them. And then you separate the sky out into infinitesimal little sky cells. And because they're infinitesimal, that means you have either 0 or 1 binaries in each sky cell. So n equals 0, n equals 1. What happens when you square n? Well, 0 squared is 0, or 1 squared is 1, so that means n squared is equal to n. So if you start taking expectations on the square of the number of binaries within a sky cell, then it's equal to the expectation on the number of binaries within that sky cell. So when you start cross-correlating these different sky cells with each other, you get a term that looks like the mean plus an additional term which ends up being a variance term. So it was a really nice little shot noise type argument to anyone who's done that kind of thing. Just to go over some of my notation, this n here is just like the number of binaries that you have at a given frequency for given supermassive black hole binary parameters, such as like chirp mass and redshift. So this is the power law or this is the actual form for the gravitational wave background that we'd expect as a mean of over realizations. So if this thing is a power law here, which you'll learn more about why later, then this thing is also a power law. In terms of energy density, this should be, oh, what should it be? Is it F to the 2/3?
Omega G.
Yeah. I just went blank for a second. In terms of squared characteristic strain, this would be F to the -4/3. In terms of the power spectral density of the timing residuals, this gamma equals -13/3. So you've probably heard a lot of. And then this is what you get when you compute this variance. And if this thing is a power law, then that means the variance is also a power law, which is a pretty neat result. And all you have to do is just change some factors at the front. And instead of having this squared strain term for each of your binaries that you're summing over, then you get h to the 4th. So this is just a table that I have in my paper, which is a way to just convert between different values or different quantities that we use to measure the background. This lambda term is the spectral index on the rate of evolution of the frequency evolution of the binary as it emits gravitational waves and the binary gets closer and closer. So as this binary gives us gravitational waves, the binary will start to inspiral and then it will move up. It will increase in frequency, and then you'll learn more about this later. But this is just a table that you can use to just have a quick reference. We tested this out using a population synthesis code that I developed. We might cover it later on, but you'll probably cover a more robust one called holodeck later on. This was for different models of the background. And as you can see, so these gray ISO lines are the expected power law variance that I analytically computed. And for each of these models, it agrees really, really well, which is a really cool result. We can go into higher order moments, the skewness and the kurtosis of the distribution over realizations. So the skewness tells you how asymmetric the distribution is. So say with this positive skewed one, there's a really high tail to the right of the mean. And then the kurtosis tells you how heavy tailed the distribution is as well. And we get these really nice terms, which goes as h to the 6 and h to the 8 as well. So there's a pattern here when you're computing these higher order moments compared to the mean. Again, we just tested this out for this circular population, population of circular supermassive black hole binaries, and yeah, they agree really, really well. So why is this important? So right now we're just modeling our background as a power law, but as shown, there are deviations from the power law, and it's probably going to be important to include in the future if we want to do proper astrophysical inference of the background when we have better measurements of it with PTA data. But also this is actually general to any finite population of gravitational wave sources, so it's going to be relevant to the LIGO and the LISA bands too. And it's also general to any mechanism of frequency evolution of the gravitational wave population too. So say the supermassive black hole binaries are interacting with the circumstellar gas. So the circumbinary gas in the galaxy, which will drive the binary, or accelerate the binary towards each other, and increase the frequency much faster. These are just a couple of tests that I ran with changing the characteristic mass of this model. As you can see, like the variance also just agreed with what we were expecting. So you can do some astrophysical, important astrophysical inference of our models too. Yeah, and this paper is now available online for you to read if you would like to read it, or play around with my code as well. So thank you.
You change some of the end traps that were in the slides to the actual archive reference as well.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You might get more questions later on, because we'll probably be covering this later.
All right, thanks so much again, William.
Cool.
So, as I mentioned, Professor Jesse Runo is on Zoom today, but has joined already. And oh, hey, Jesse.
Hey.
I've seen how you model stochastic signals, certain gravitational wave background yesterday. Today is much more about individual binary sources, like conditions of the so eager to hear what you have to say about theory, the astrophysical theories. I think if you just share screen, it should all be good. And if there are any questions from the room, then also up the meter out here and make sure that they're heard.
Steve, the audio on Zoom is pretty bad.
Oh, really?
I don't know if other folks who are on can hear better than I can.
Oh dear. Okay.
Sometimes it's fine. Now it's fine.
Huh. It's all coming through the meeting now.
Okay. Maybe it got tired. Yeah, now I can't hear you at all.
Okay. What if I talk in a higher register like this?
Yeah, that seems good.
Talker, that's the problem. So it should be okay. We can repeat any questions that come your way. But thanks again for joining, Jesse, and feel free to get started.
Great. I will share my screen. Hang on a sec. All right, how is that? Can you all see?
That looks great.
Awesome. So I'm sorry I couldn't come in today. I came back from Europe this week and an entire cruise ship emptied onto my flight. And everyone was standing in line for the plane saying things like, I'm not sick, I just can't breathe through my nose. And so there was really no shot for me getting out of that in one piece. But I'm glad I can still call in and chat with you guys. I thought I would share a little bit of information about astrophysical things that are relevant for PTAs. So I'll tell you a bit about galaxies and AGN, which are expected to be the EM counterparts of PTA sources, and a little bit of the physics of how you get from sort of galaxy scale happenings to close separations where you emit gravitational waves. So the idea, before we even really talk about binary supermassive black holes, which is what I really want to get to because they're loud gravitational wave sources, is that galaxies are very ubiquitous in the universe. They come in all different shapes and sizes. I don't know if you've seen this image. It's the Andromeda galaxy, which is our nearest neighbor. And the really high resolution bit is from the Panchromatic Hubble Andromeda Treasury Survey. And their acronym is FAT, which I enjoyed because I'm from California. But there's a whole sort of branch of astronomy dedicated to understanding how galaxies came to look the way that they do. Why do they have the different colors that they have, the different shapes, the different masses, the different star formation rates? Because when you look even in dark patches of the sky, it's just filled with galaxies that have quite a bit of variety. So this is one of the James Webb deep fields. And a thing that really is important is that one answer to that question is of, how do galaxies come to look the way that they do is because they have supermassive black holes in them, and these can accrete. And so we see relationships between galaxies and the black holes that they host. So basically, every reasonably massive galaxy that we've looked in seems to have a supermassive black hole in it. It's hard to do in practice, but wherever we look, we find them. And we find that the black hole mass is related to properties of the host galaxy. So the mass of the stellar bulge, the luminosity of the stellar bulge, which is a relatively straightforward conversion, because if you have more stars, you will make more light. And the stellar velocity dispersion, which is a measure of also the mass of the host galaxy. So in practice, we find that more massive galaxies host bigger supermassive black holes. And this was really an empirical finding. And it's a little bit surprising in the sense that the scaling is such that the black hole mass is actually a fraction of a percent of the host galaxy mass. So this relationship is taken to mean that they have to know about each other somehow as they evolve over cosmic time by mergers and by accretion. But given that the black hole mass is actually really small, it's a little bit hard to understand why on earth it matters. Because it's this piddly little thing in the very innermost part of the galaxy. For the purposes of thinking about gravitational wave sources, I just want to make one point about sort of the distinction between PTAs and upcoming detectors like LISA. So this, the pulsar timing arrays will be sensitive to gravitational waves from really the most massive black holes, 10 to the 8, 10 to the 9, really up in that range. LISA will be sensitive to black hole masses with lower masses, 10 to the 4, 5, 6, up to maybe a few times 10 to the 7. And this regime is right here. And those galaxy masses are basically the definition of dwarf galaxies. And these are weird little galaxies that have smaller masses. And there's a lot more scatter in the black hole mass host relations here, although there does seem to be still some kind of relationship. So everything that we think about for galaxies and black holes for PTAs, for LISA, it works a little bit, the picture is sort of the same, but it works a little bit differently. And so for PTAs, we'll have some challenges and some advantages, and similarly for LISA. Okay, but the case is the same here, where when you're dealing with a black hole mass that is a fraction of a percent of the host galaxy, why on earth does it matter? And the reason is it's energetically important. And for the purposes of finding PTA sources, that's actually sort of convenient because it gives you something to look at. You don't get to see the black hole and photons on its own. And when I say it's energetically important, what I really mean is if you have this supermassive black hole sitting in the center of your galaxy, and somehow you can funnel gas to it, then you will get an accretion disk and an active galactic nucleus, or a quasar, which is just the most luminous class of AGN. And I want to take a little bit of time just to tell you a bit about AGN. And the reason is that a lot of the ways that we try to combine gravitational waves and photons to do what we call multi-messenger astronomy, and a lot of the signatures that we've used to try to find supermassive black hole binaries in the past rely on observing AGN. And so it's useful to understand a little bit about how they work. The idea is sort of shown in this cartoon. The central engine is basically, it's an accretion powered engine where you have a little accretion disk that is falling of gas that's falling onto your black hole. And generally speaking, we can't model this whole structure from first principles, but in general, for the disk, you can think of it as like a geometrically thin, in most cases, optically thick disk. And as the gas spirals inwards, there's some kind of friction, which we call viscosity, and the gas heats up to very high temperatures. And the closer you go in, the higher the temperature is. So you can imagine kind of stacking black bodies with a range of temperatures. And as you go closer, it gets hotter. And the photons from the disk, that's sort of your central engine. They'll stream outwards and they'll illuminate structures on larger scales. So it'll produce broad emission lines in the outermost part of the disk. One characteristic of AGN is that they seem to have a big dusty region. We call it the dusty torus, but it may not properly be like donut shaped. And as soon as you reach this, R sub is the dust sublimation radius. So as soon as you get past that, dust won't get sublimated, and so you can have dust there. And so the central engine will heat that dust up and it'll re-radiate the light in the infrared. So they're bright infrared sources. And then on large size scales, they'll even illuminate gas in the host galaxy, which will also produce emission lines. They can have as well strong radio jets in about 10% of AGN. So we can think a little bit about what the spectral energy distribution of such a source looks like. And this is useful because effectively this is how we try to find AGN, is by trying to somehow get a handle on something about the SED. So this is just showing you the energy output of an AGN as a function of frequency. So the infrared is on the left, high energy is on the right, and you should be able to see all of the different components that are contributing to the total SED. But there are a few noteworthy pieces, I guess, for what you'll hear today and tomorrow. And one is that accretion disk really peaks in the optical and the UV. And so big upcoming surveys, if you've heard of Vera Rubin Observatory and LSST, will be great finders of AGN because the wavelengths are such that you get a lot of emission from AGN at those wavelengths. Radio observations are powerful. X-rays are powerful as well. But if you want to see the disk, really, optical UV is the way to go, which is why we rely on a lot of signatures there. Okay. None of these structures really inside of the torus are spatially resolved for us, except in a handful of very special cases. And so one thing that we do a lot of is use spectroscopy to try to basically trade spatial resolution for spectral resolution. So this is the optical spectrum of a quasar. So the light that's coming out, the flux as a function of wavelength in the optical. And there are a few sort of classic components that you can see here. The central engine. So I just showed you like a diagram of the central engine. Here's my cartoon of the central engine where you shove gas in and out comes, photons. This produces this shape in the optical spectrum. So that bright blue power law shape comes from the accretion disk. And so this is kind of another way of showing what I just told you, which is if you make observations of a quasar in the AGN of an AGN in the optical, most of the light coming out comes from that disk. And so that's a good probe of really the environment right around the black hole. If you want to get really, really close, you can use X-rays as well. And the reason that these will be great sources for time domain surveys is because AGN are variable. So the continuum will change as a function of time. It'll get brighter and dimmer. And on the right are a few examples of simulations of a model that can sort of flexibly create the kinds of light curves that you get from AGN. And so magnitude, I know that Maria will talk to you about this tomorrow, but if you're not familiar with magnitudes, they're a backwards log measure of flux. So you can kind of think of it just as brightness. The light curves of AGN are well described by a damped random walk. So they're stochastic, they're random, and they'll jump around. But over long time scales, they can go up and down, but they will tend to sort of approach some average value on a time scale associated with the damped random walk model. You can make a more flexible model for this with a damped harmonic oscillator, which is what's shown on the right. Why is this important? Well, anytime you go looking for binaries, you have to sort of deal with this as a noise source, because if you have an accreting black hole, we don't know perfectly why this happens, but it's associated somehow with the properties of the accretion disk. And the accretion process. And so you'll be contending with this kind of a model anytime you want to find a signature of a binary. The photons from the disk will then stream outwards and they'll encounter gas in the broadline region. You may have heard of the broadline region before. If you've seen cartoons of it, a lot of times it's shown as like levitating clouds above and below the accretion disk. And we don't think that picture of the broadline region is really accurate. And the reason that it's useful to have a clear picture is because when you try to imagine what an AGN would look like if it's in a binary, it becomes very difficult if you don't have a good image. So these sort of broad emission lines that you see in the spectrum are produced by the outermost part of the accretion disk, or a wind that's lifted off the surface of the disk, and we can't resolve it spatially. So this on the left is an image of a quasar, an optical image, and all of the action is in that sort of unresolved point source. This plot on the right is from the gravity collaboration, and it came out about the same time as the EHT image of M87, but I actually thought that this result was really interesting. What it's showing you is that as they look at different wavelengths, so red is redder, blue is bluer, but they're in the near infrared, the spatial position of the broadline region changes a little bit on the sky. So on the right, it's kind of coming towards you, and on the left, it's kind of going away from you. And what you're actually seeing is the rotation of the broadline region and its kinematic signature. And so they've effectively spatially resolved the left and the right sides of it distinctly. And this is kind of the best you can do for spatially resolving broadline regions. So everything that we've learned about them, we've had to figure out largely in other ways. But a good picture for this region is it's disky. So you see this in the signature, the shape of the spectra that it makes, and in its orientation dependence. You can imagine if you're looking at gas that's rotating face on, you would actually not see any Doppler shift from the rotation, whereas if it's edge on, you'd see all the Doppler shift. And so the velocity signature that you get from the broad emission lines depends on orientation in a disk-like way. So you can imagine, a disk, it's gravitationally bound to the supermassive black hole, and it's pretty dense, although it may have a wind on its surface or an optically thin atmosphere. And it's largely, the motion is Keplerian. And so the broadline region is one good way of trying to measure the mass of the black hole. We don't have a lot of really good methods for that. There can be inflows and outflows, but the sort of dominant motion is Keplerian, which is why the lines are so broad. They're Doppler broadened from the gas's motion. And it seems to be continuous. The experiment that they did to figure this out was pretty neat, actually. And it's that if you have a bunch of discrete clouds, if the broadline region is made up of clouds, then they exist at discrete velocities. Each one would have, its own velocity. And so if you took a spectrum, you can imagine that at high velocity resolution, you would see spikes in the emission from each of the clouds. And they took the smallest broadline region they could find and the highest resolution spectrum they could get. And the profile was very smooth. And so you don't see all these spikes from different clouds. And so they could constrain, okay, the clouds, must be this numerous and this size in order to make such a smooth looking profile and blend together. And the only way to fit as many clouds as they needed in such a small region was if they basically weren't clouds. And there are a number of other arguments, but so the emission lines of quasars are another thing that's sometimes used to try to find binary supermassive black holes, and so it's useful to think about as well. The last sort of part of the optical spectrum that can be handy is that the central engine can illuminate gas in the host galaxy. And these make narrow emission lines in the spectrum, and they really tell you about where the host is. So these are Doppler broadened as well, but they're not in the gravitational potential of the black hole. They're in the potential of the galaxy, which is not so steep, so they're not so broad. So in an optical spectrum of a quasar, it's more expensive than just taking an image, which is where you can really see about the variability, but it gives you more information about the kinematics. Okay, so that's a bit of an introduction to galaxies and AGN, binaries aside. The idea with binaries is that they seem like they should be an inevitable product of galaxy evolution. So if basically every galaxy that you look at, if it's reasonably massive, it has a supermassive black hole in its center, or if it's, the low mass case, we call them massive black holes instead of supermassive black holes. And your picture of galaxy evolution is this hierarchical, sort of merging and accretion process. It seems like, how can you do that without creating binary supermassive black holes as well? But with electromagnetic observations alone, they've proven really, really hard to find. I think there's really one strong candidate. There are many candidates, and there's one that's quite strong, but there are really no known like subparsec separation close bound binaries. And part of that is that it's maybe a little bit misleading to say that because you merge galaxies, you should form gravitationally bound binary supermassive black holes. And the reason that's misleading is that there's quite a lot of physics that has to go on in between, because when you merge your galaxies, so this is showing you sort of the progression of a merger. So you'll start with the galaxy merger on the left, and somehow you'll get across to the coalescence of the black holes and things that you may be familiar with on the right. And it's showing the different stages of this process with imaging and observations as often as possible. And on the bottom, sort of what's the separation, how long does it spend there, and what might be going on with the gravitational waves at the same time. But when you start with this galaxy merger, the galaxies are sort of coming together, but the black holes that sit in their centers are still going to be kiloparsecs apart. And the bulges, the cores of those galaxies are, haven't necessarily merged yet. And so we'll call this a dual or a pair of black holes, but they effectively don't know about each other yet. And so all of the motion and all of their sort of trajectory and their fate is determined by other things, not the other black hole. And so you need a mechanism to evolve the binary so that the separation shrinks. And the relevant idea is that you need to extract angular momentum from it so that it effectively loses energy, and the black holes will spiral inwards and eventually get close, emit gravitational waves, and coalesce. And so this process of orbital evolution is something that I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about. The first step is that the black holes can sink by dynamical friction. And the way that dynamical friction works is it's basically a drag force. So if you imagine you have a black hole and it's sitting in this galaxy, so you can effectively assume that it's in like an even distribution of stars and it's moving. As it moves along, the stars will be a little bit attracted to it. So this is sort of a weak long distance scattering interaction. And so the stars will be a little bit attracted, and they'll sort of form a wake or a higher density wake behind the black hole. And that higher density wake, where they've been sort of attracted in and then there's nothing there and they make this wake, will have some extra little bit of mass, and it will exert a force on the black hole and sort of drag it backwards. And so this drag force is what dynamical friction is, and it essentially moves energy from the black hole system into the ambient medium. And you can have dynamical friction. The medium can be dark matter or gas or stars. And so in this case, we'll usually talk about the dynamical friction on stars, but you'll hear about dark matter and gas as well in this context. And this process is more efficient for more massive black holes. So for PTAs, this is good news. It's not clear exactly how long this process takes. It could be a gig a year, it could be, it's probably not more than 10. I think that would be very inefficient. That's sort of what the initial calculation suggested, but they were, didn't use realistic assumptions about the stars and their distribution and their velocities and things like this. So initially, the black holes will sink via dynamical friction and start to get sort of closer to the center of the merger, the galaxy merger remnant. Eventually, they'll become gravitationally bound. And this is when we say that they actually form a binary. So this happens when the mass in the orbit, of stuff that's there, stars and gas, is comparable to the total mass in the binary. And so this depends on how is the gas distributed, how are the stars distributed, and the properties of the binary. So if it's, more or less massive, which means that it doesn't always happen at the same radius. But it typically is in the range of, 1 to 10 parsecs. So I mentioned that there's one binary candidate that's pretty good. It's actually a 7 parsec separation system. And it's 2 radio sources, and you can see them move a little. You get like a proper motion over time that's consistent with an orbit. And that part is pretty compelling, but what's not obvious to me is whether it's bound. Because you don't know everything about the other material, the stars and the gas that's in the vicinity. So when the binary becomes bound, dynamical friction off of the stars is not as efficient anymore, because you really need to get deep into the orbit of the binary to actually be effective at extracting angular momentum anymore, because now what's really driving the motions of the black holes is the other black hole. And so another process kind of takes over, which is 3-body scattering. And dynamical friction and 3-body scattering are effectively the same process, but just sort of different regimes, and we tend to talk about them as separate steps of the orbital evolution. But the way that this works is you have your bound binary, and a star will come in. It's another mass. It could even be a third black hole if your binary hung out for too long and you had another merger. But usually this will be stars, and it'll come in and it'll interact with the binary and get shot out, and then it'll take some of the angular momentum and the binary will shrink a little bit. And the first calculations that they did of this process, this is another step where we don't know how long it takes. And the first calculations they did for this, they assumed that the gravitational potential of the galaxy was spherical and everything was very ideal. And this step was going to take longer than a Hubble time. So in that case, you would never observe any close binaries or gravitational wave sources, because they would never get close enough to emit gravitational waves effectively. At these separations, they're not loud gravitational wave sources yet, because the black holes are not close enough. And so it was about a parsec separation where they would stall in this way. And so this was called the last parsec problem. And it's not a problem anymore in the sense that we've thought of a lot of solutions to it. And the relevant idea is, well, there are 2. So one thing that happens is, we'll talk about the loss cone. And the loss cone is effectively the stars that have properties, so positions, velocities, angular momenta, that will allow them to get deep enough into the binary and actually be, effective at extracting angular momentum from it. And you'll run out of stars in the loss cone. It's called a cone because if you look at it in phase space, it's cone-shaped. And so you'll run out of stars. And so if there's any mechanism by which you can replenish your loss cone, or like add back in stars that can help with this process, then you won't stall. And so they've thought of a number of ways that you can do that. One is just if the galaxy potential isn't spherical, if it's a little more complex, that will sort of change the orbits of the stars, and that can do the trick. And so this this step is can be pretty efficient, and it doesn't depend on the black hole mass. And so depending on how this goes, you can evolve your orbital separation pretty efficiently here. But again, since we don't know a lot about the properties of the stars and things like that, we don't know the exact timescale for this to happen. Another solution to the last parsec problem is that if you have gas present, you can evolve the binary. And we don't know exactly how you get gas funneled down to the scale of the black holes. It seems in simulations and in observations that the most luminous quasars can be associated with galaxy mergers. And so this is a nice sign for these sort of post-galaxy merger binaries that there might be gas present. But it certainly is not the case that you must have a merger in order to make gas available for accretion. But if you can somehow get it down there, then it will form an accretion disk. And the binary will open a cavity in the disk and it'll sit in there. And the gas at the inner edge of the disk can exert a torque on the binary and basically slow it down, extract angular momentum. And so you'll transfer the angular momentum basically from the binary into the gaseous medium, and you can evolve the disk efficiently. It depends on the properties of the disk because the timescale for this to happen is basically the viscous timescale at the inner edge of the circumbinary disk. And the viscous timescale is basically the timescale for a little parcel of gas to drift inward from wherever it is and be accreted. So it's kind of, you can think of it as like an accretion sort of timescale, or the timescale for material to drift through the disk. And so in simulations, what you find for these binaries is that the circumbinary disk will tend to sit at 2 times the orbital separation for a lot of the orbital evolution, until you get very close and the orbital evolution runs away and the disk can't keep up. But because the evolution timescale depends on that viscous timescale in the disk, it depends on things like its axis ratio and how it is supported. Is it dominated by pressure or radiation? Is it more or less massive than the black holes? And so the timescale for the evolution depends sensitively on the properties of the disk. But like Zoltan Hyman and Tamara Bogdanovich have both worked out what those timescales are, so you can take a look at them. So with all of that, you can kind of build this picture. And this is a cartoon from Backer, but the work was originally done by Begelman et al. In 1980. And this was really the first time that someone put together what are the different steps in the evolution of a binary. And this is showing the time scale that the binary spends at different separations. And here the direction is flipped. So on the right, you have sort of the kiloparsec scale, galaxy merger scale, where we actually can normalize the curve. And you can see here, first the black holes sink by dynamical friction, and then the 3-body scattering will take over. But this is where maybe your lost cone, you run out of stars that can interact and you stall. Or you have some other mechanism, whether it's gas or replenishing your lost cone, that gets you to well into subparsec separations. And that's where gravitational wave emission becomes really efficient. And then your binary just evolves by emitting gravitational waves, and it becomes a loud gravitational wave source, and it evolves very efficiently to coalescence. So this picture of binary evolution, we have a lot of understanding of what's going on, but there are also a lot of unknowns in how long things take and in which processes are at work in which objects and at which separations. And so really the last thing I'd like to show you is that in pulsar timing array data sets, you actually get some information about the environment that the binaries are in. So this is gravitational wave spectrum that you might observe with a pulsar with a PTA. And the dashed line is just showing you what the spectrum might look like if it comes from a population of cosmological supermassive black holes. So gravitational wave background from supermassive black holes. And the normalization of the spectrum is based on things to do with the rate. So the masses and the pairing rate of the supermassive black holes. But the shape has to do with the environment and the evolution. And so, and the reason is largely that the frequency where you're emitting gravitational waves is related to the orbital period of the binary by a factor of 2 for circular orbits. And so if you're moving your binaries quickly through certain separations, you won't get as much gravitational wave emission there because there are not so many binaries there. And conversely, if they're all hanging out there, you can get more emission. And so what happens is at the lowest frequencies, you're impacted by stellar scattering. And if you move through there efficiently, you'll basically create a turnover in your spectrum that comes from this stellar scattering process. And effectively, the same thing happens at closer separations and therefore higher frequencies as the disk might become important. Eccentricity has sort of a similar effect because it changes how the binary emits gravitational waves in its orbit. And it changes the relationship between the gravitational wave frequency and the orbital frequency and basically spreads out the power. Okay, so I'll stop there. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Hey, Jesse.
Yeah.
This is Steve. Steve literally just left the room just before you finished. So I'll just take over. Does anyone have any questions? And then I'll relay them to Jesse.
Yeah, thanks, William.
Got one here. You can come here if you would like, yeah.
Oh, hi, Jesse. I have two questions.
Yeah.
So the first one where you showed the orbital evolution diagram, the slide before.
This one?
Yeah. So when someone is searching for binaries, for instance, doing targeted searches with PTAs, what would be the most optimum stage to actually do those searches? Would it be like during the other processes or the gravitational wave orbit decay?
Good. Yeah, that's a great question. So if you want to use a PTA to look for individual binaries, you really do want this last stage because what it happens simultaneously that the source emits gravitational waves loudly enough that you might detect it. So you might get some reasonable signal to noise in a PTA. And then when that happens, it also starts to dominate and drive the evolution. So sources that are separated by a parsec, for example, are not going to be loud for PTAs. And so you would have a really hard time to find them. Whereas like if they're at like milliparsec separations, then you can. And so if you imagine doing targeted searches, you're going to find very specific binaries. They're going to be the closer ones.
Okay, thank you. And my second question was that when one talks about the light curves, is it always with respect to the AGN or can radio galaxies also have light curves? Like, could you speak a little bit about the theory of radio galaxies?
Yeah. You'll also hear more about this tomorrow from Maria Harisi, which is why I didn't talk a lot about it, but I bet she won't talk. She'll talk about light curves, but I bet she won't talk about radio galaxies. So I can say a little bit about that. Radio galaxies are basically a class of AGN. So for those who don't know, AGN just stands for active galactic nucleus, but it's a family of objects and it covers sort of all manner of accreting things. And among those are sources that have lots and lots of radio emission, maybe not necessarily tons of optical emission or something like that. And so you can get very loud radio sources that are not necessarily loud or like bright optical sources for reasons like there's obscuration or something like that. Radio emission is not very sensitive to obscuration, but the optical is. So if you want to see a lot of variability, if you want to see variability of the disk, it is not a strong radio emitter. And so then you would want to look in the optical. In the radio, you can look for signatures of binaries, and they can be confused with signatures of regular AGN, but the mechanisms will be different. So in fact, binaries have been invoked to explain a lot of radio phenomena. One is funny shaped radio jets, so X shapes and S shapes. And the idea is that if it's in a binary, there are sort of extra forces torquing around the jet, and it'll process and make funny shapes that will sort of propagate down the jet and leave a pattern. And so radio observations are a powerful way of looking for binaries, but normally because the radio emission can come from very large size scales, it can be hard to see time domain changes in the radio observations. So usually when you're doing radio observations related to binaries, you tend to look for high spatial resolution instead.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's bad.
Hi, I just had a question about AGN variability. You've mentioned that they kind of have this intrinsic variable behavior in their spectrum, and I was wondering what some of the theories are for like what causes that.
It appears to be related to the accretion, but the timescales can vary, whether it's to do with material sort of variation in the accretion rate or hot spots in the disk or something like that, is not totally clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Jesse.
Hey.
I have questions for you.
Yes.
So you can actually see me.
Yeah, it helps. It helps.
Hello. So first, my first question is just because it's a question I love asking all Galaxy people. I was wondering if you could comment on some of the tension that JWST results have kind of introduced, namely how black holes seem to be larger at earlier times, especially when compared to the disk. And then two, I was wondering if you could talk a bit about if you expect to see a chemical correlation with strong gravitational wave emitters.
Okay, so for the first question, you're asking about JWST results. For those who don't know, James Webb is an extremely efficient AGN finder, even better than Chandra, which is X-ray telescope and very powerful for finding AGN, but JWST is more efficient. And so you look in the early universe and you're finding all these weird kinds of things, including what seem to be possibly AGN or black holes in galaxies where the black hole is much bigger than you would expect based on the galaxy mass. I think you're talking about little red dots. I don't know if folks have heard of these. Little red dots are really strange. They have broad emission lines, and I told you that the broad line region is the gas that's bound to the black hole, and so its motion tells you about the black hole mass. So when you see a broad emission line like that, you can try to calculate a black hole mass, and this is what's really much too big for the galaxy mass. They also have really strange spectral energy distributions, so they're actually like V-shaped. So I don't work on the early universe, but I have had folks satisfactorily rule out all of the interlopers that I could think of. But my understanding is that it's not totally clear yet whether little red dots and their masses are completely reliable or completely understood. So the interlopers I can think of are like, you can make a broad H alpha emission line with a supernova that has a strong wind. But there's sort of a cap on the luminosity you might get, although if it's a super weird black hole, there's, I guess, also no reason it can't be a super weird supernova. But then the problem is, if you have these really big black holes so early in the universe, how do they get so big so quickly? The problem, this is already a problem, right? I didn't talk about black hole seeds, but basically the issue is we see quasars very early in the universe. And, we know when things happen early on with, the CMB and stuff like that. And there's just not enough time to make a population of stars and then turn it into a supermassive black hole before we see these supermassive black holes. And so you're left with a couple of different like pathways to make things that are so big. And one is start with something bigger. So gas in the very early universe is pristine. And so maybe you can just collapse a bigger cloud and make a bigger seed. Or maybe your first population of stars makes bigger seeds because they don't have metals in them. And then they just accrete really, really a lot and grow very quickly. This is an open question, and I think this is an open question even without little red dots. And you might get some handle on it with something like LISA. And the reason is that those different pathways for making supermassive black holes produce different distributions, like different relative mass functions for how many black holes you get of different masses. Intermediate mass black holes are the sort of telltale difference, and LISA will be sensitive to these masses. And so you might get some handle on it in 10 years. Chemical evolution. This is a great question that I have never thought about. Do you expect PTA sources to have different chemistry? So that's basically what you were asking. I've never thought about this, but my first guess would be no. And the reason is every piece of work we've done on binaries and their host galaxy suggests that they have signatures, right? Like they're not without signatures, but they're signatures you can get in any galaxy merger, and so they're not unique. And so whatever the stage of the evolution of the binary, if you had a galaxy merger in a different pair of galaxies, it sort of gives you the same thing. What you can get is different photoionization. And so your emission line ratios could look different.
Different abundances.
From different, it's effectively a different spectral energy distribution, so different relative number of photons at different energies. So it changes the strength of different lines because of the available photons instead of because of the available gas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Kyle here. I was wondering if dark matter has any types of contributions to the evolution of supermassive black hole binaries, or is it
so go ahead.
or if it's kind of negligible to these other sources that you discussed in your presentation?
Yeah, so dark matter, if it matters, is going to be early on. So you can get dynamical friction from dark matter. But the dark matter distribution is pretty smooth, and so by the time the binary is bound, there's just not a lot around.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Levi first, I think, and then Howard.
Hello. I was curious for the Doppler shifting, like disk mapping, how many binaries has that been done for?
0. That was one regular AGN.
Rats. Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. Although it's a cool idea to use these instruments that have been developed to make very high resolution observations of single AGN to use them on binary candidates. So folks have thought a little bit about using like EHT on binary candidates. You just need a very special one, a special candidate for it to work.
Hi.
Hey.
So I had a question about the sort of you mentioned the broad emission region that's
Yeah.
sort of farther out in the accretion disk. I know that the dynamics further in are a little harder to like parse, but is there a specific reason why there isn't a similar sort of low optical depth region, like atmosphere around the inner parts of the accretion disk?
There could be. Really the signature that we see that makes us think this is there is specifically in the emission lines. So if you make an emission line profile from a disk, it will be double peaked. It'll look like an M. And we see quasars with profiles like that. But this is just a property of like a disk. If you integrate it and you calculate all the emission at different velocities, this is the shape you get. You see it in exoplanet research and everything. Most AGN line profiles don't look like that. They have one peak, including the one I showed you, right? One peak. And so you can get that shape if you have something like an atmosphere or a wind where the photons scatter on their way out, and you basically lose the kinematic signature of the disk. You erase it. And so it's also the case that in simulations, the broadline region is often described as a wind or an outflow. So the photons will stream outwards and they'll exert radiation pressure on the gas on the surface of the disk and drive it off the surface. And so this sort of thin atmosphere could effectively be that wind. And so in that case, the only reason you wouldn't get it at the innermost part of the disk is you need a little bit of time for those photons to stream out and then to accelerate your wind.
So you're basically like reprocessing that thermal emission. Okay.
Yeah. So you need just, it would take a little bit of radius to start that process and kickstart the wind.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Hi again. I have one more question. What are the typical velocities of these broad lines, especially towards like the inner accretion disk?
Yes, that's a very good question. The broad lines, oh, I didn't show this one. So the broadline region, the broad lines are typically thousands of kilometers per second wide. Although you do expect an orientation effect. So the broadest broad lines, which would be the most edge-on sources with the most massive black holes, could be 30,000 kilometers per second wide or 20,000 kilometers per second wide or something. They can be whoppingly broad. And then the broadline region is stratified. So different lines don't all come from the same gas. The higher ionization lines that need higher energy photons come from closer in. And you do see the signature of like a Keplerian disk if you look at the locations of the high ionization lines versus the lower ones. It's a little bit smeared because the emission doesn't come from one radius, it comes from like a band. But yeah, you can see the signature.
Okay, so just to clarify, the emission lines kind of closer into the disk are moving faster than the outer ones?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
They're, for confusing reasons, not necessarily broader in a single epoch spectrum, because the high ionization lines are very easy to scatter. And so you can sometimes lose some of the signature. This is why you'll hear people talk about carbon-4, which is one of these lines, being terrible for estimating black hole masses.
Okay,
Um,
that's weird.
because it's very susceptible to these winds, basically.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions for Jesse? Now is your chance while the expert team available. Jesse, I've got a quick question, and maybe I've asked you this before, but I can't quite remember the answer. So it seemed like within the past year, people got very excited about some of the JWST objects, especially the inferred masses of black holes being so high at early redshift. And so we're saying that this provided like incredibly clean, incontrovertible evidence of direct collapse seeds. How strong is that connection, do you think? And is it still, you know, wide open for seeds, like even stellar seeds?
I'm not convinced yet that the little red dots, like that we know exactly what those are and what their masses are. There are too many sort of hiccup spots. So one issue is that you have to estimate their mass somehow, and that's hard to do. And the way that you do it is you basically use relationships that are calibrated in the local universe based on how AGN and galaxies behave here, and then you just apply it there. And so the masses, I think, are very uncertain, which is sort of the main key. And I haven't seen, like, all the people I know who work on this are still sort of scratching their heads about like what really are these. And so, you know, the real evidence for them being an AGN is this broad line, which you can get in other ways. And it's just not clear what's going on. So I think the seed channels are still open until we understand better what little red dots are and are more confident about their masses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Anything else? All right, thank you again, Jesse. We've mentioned your name quite a lot during the week already. There was reference to the Runno correction earlier this week for some of your work. So let's give Jesse a round of applause.
Thanks, y'all.
If you have more questions, then maybe you can put them in the Slack. I'm sure Jesse would be happy to answer those questions. Otherwise, let's take about a 15 to 20-minute break, and we'll come back with a demo of how to actually generate populations.
Before we go on a break, there is an additional instruction on how to install holodeck. That is necessary for later today. Sorry that we couldn't give you the instructions sooner. But on the GitHub, there is a link to another GitHub which explains how to install holodeck. So please follow that instructions and let us know if there is any problem with that. You will need instructions in the slide. Yes, it's also the instructions are also.
Perfect. Thanks. Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I calculate anyone special. This is the TNT matrix. Thankful TNT. It's two and three, like two. This is from 1937. Yeah. Which is supposed to be the. Right. But you can see, not that it's, this is like a spell. Let me give you the 1855. So not the one after her. And it gets worse.
So I think.
This is 3, this is 4. We can make an approximation that the intent but it is. And what we care about is the inverse of it. So we can take the inverse. So that these constants matter and then take the diagonal of the inverse of the approximation. But we can never still make. Yeah, otherwise, we go into the reason of like can work for some theoretical and the reason is like 1937 it works, but if it's even like 1937. So not but the TNT matrix is not the diagonal. So anything that we want to the other problem we do that show we need to know all the models you have a correlation with that.
All right, so let's come back and restart. We've heard about the theory of supermassive black hole binaries, but now for various purposes, we'd like to know how to actually synthesize populations and generate, not just models of discrete binaries and populations of discrete binaries, but how to make our own versions of strain spectra for stochastic backgrounds in which the binaries have undergone user-defined conditions. So perhaps you want to see the impact of binaries not just evolving because of gravitational wave emission, but because they're reacting to stars scattering off them or binary interactions or eccentricity or something. This would have been a lecture from Luke Kelly, who's the architect, the creator of holodeck within Nanograph. Unfortunately, Luke is another subject of the travel curse and fell ill returning recently. So he won't be able to make it today, but he has pointed us to some materials that we can use. And there are other people in the room who had some experience generating populations and can sub in and help us out a little bit. I will say that I have never run holodeck, so this is me flying blind a little bit. But in terms of the theory, well, you should
Luke is now at Berkeley, obviously, so this is from a while ago. But he explains here how you generate a population and how we get a strain spectrum. So this is an equation that you've seen before a few times throughout the week. This is the squared characteristic strain of a gravitational wave background generated from a population of supermassive binary black holes. And so we're integrating over redshift, the entire population, where we assume that there's some sort of distribution of binaries in redshift, distribution of binaries radiating in frequency, radiating gravitational waves in frequency. And then this is going to be the squared strain of an individual binary in the rest frame. That is the frame of the binary itself. Because we're dealing with sources that might be at redshifts of 1 or 2 whenever we're integrating, we have to take into account cosmological redshift of the gravitational waves. That's something we haven't really, I think, pointed out, but just like electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves can be redshifted. So wavelengths get stretched out when they're propagated over cosmological distances. So we have to take into account factors of 1 plus z, etc. Okay, so we split this distribution like so. This is a distribution of binaries per redshift, per logarithmic frequency bin. And then this becomes, just using kind of the chain rule, a distribution in redshift, and then a distribution of the amount of time, effectively, that each binary spends radiating per frequency bin, dz by dt, and then dv by dz. So this is something that just comes from like one of the first cosmology classes you ever took, if you're taking cosmology. This just depends on things like the Hubble constant and the fractional energy density of the universe and matter, dark energy, etc. This is something that comes from GR, and then this is something that's still going to be model dependent. So dz by dt is just a function of the Hubble constant, 1 plus z, and then some equation E of z that we'll explain in just a second. And like I said, dv by dz, this is the subscript c here means co-moving. So that's a term in cosmology. The difference between something like the co-moving distance and the luminosity distance is just a factor of 1 plus c. So it's something that takes into account cosmological redshift. In this case, though, we're imagining we're decoupled from the expansion of the universe, and we're just talking about the co-moving distance. So that's 4 pi times speed of light divided by the Hubble constant, co-moving distance squared, and then this equation again, E of z. So what is that? When we piece these different assumptions together, the distribution of binaries, cosmology, we end up getting that we've got an integral over redshift, some sort of distribution of number density per redshift, dnc by dz, the squared strain of an individual binary, and then some factors and distances, and something here, tau of f. Tau of f is just related to a quantity that we've already written up here. It's effectively the amount of time that a binary will spend radiating in a given frequency bin. It's sometimes called the residence timescale. You'll see it referred to that in some papers. Atikar, yeah? Sorry? Yeah. Will that work? Oh, yeah, there you go. Thank you. All right. So this is written as an integral, and you can calculate it as an integral if you like to, but really we're dealing with discrete populations. You can't have half a binary. You've got 0 or 1 or many. So we turn our integral into just a definite summation over sources, and this becomes an integral over a sum over redshift and binaries for these quantities. So this is squared strain of an individual source, distance of sources, 1 plus z of sources, and this now is the volume of the simulation that we might be drawing binaries from. So if we happen to be simulating binaries, we might not simulate the entire universe. We might simulate a smaller volume and then just scale up that simulation or the kind of outcomes of those simulations to correspond to the entire universe. Some of these prominent simulations will be discussed very soon. One of them is Illustris, another is Eagle. Some people have their own favorite different simulations, but those are really big scale simulations that people run on supercomputers. And the way in which we actually generate a particular population is by doing random draws from our distributions. So since we're drawing discrete binaries, we're doing Poisson random draws. Okay, so that's taking a probability distribution for a certain number of binaries where there's some expectation of the mean number of binaries that's drawn or under certain conditions, and then we do a Poisson random draw. And the mean of our Poisson distribution here will be related to the amount of time binaries spend radiating at a frequency bin, and then all of these other quantities that are here. Now, the reason why we deal with squared quantities here is because really this calculation can be started from the energy density, adding up the energy density of all of the sources, because that's mostly what we care about. We're dealing with a stochastic gravitational wave background signal. We're not dealing with a deterministic signal because all of these sources will add together, produce randomness. And so when we're dealing with Gaussian random fields, like I talked about yesterday, we're dealing with variance quantities. And in that sense, it's useful to just add up the energy contributed by each source to the background signal. Energy is proportional to the amplitude squared. And so when you talk about things in terms of the amplitude of gravitational waves, you're dealing with summing over the squares of the amplitudes to generate the overall signal. Okay, so it's a quadrature sum over all of the binaries in order to produce the background signal. Levi.
You said how F is the residence time between each frequency then?
Yes, it is. So it's effectively related to this dt by d log f quantity here, the amount of time that a binary is roughly spent in per logarithmic frequency bin. And that is just something that is computed from your assumption of the binary's dynamics. If you're at high frequencies and your binary has decoupled from the environment, then it's only evolving due to the emission of gravitational waves. And we know what df by dt is in that scenario, at least for circular sources. It goes as, df by dt goes as f to the 11th thirds. But as Jesse mentioned earlier, if you make different assumptions, if your binary is responding to scattering events from the population of stars or interacting with the disk, that'll be different. Also, if you've got an eccentric population, df by dt will be different. Albert? All right, okay. All right, so here's the picture that Jesse kind of elucidated earlier, where you've got galaxies that start to interact. And this is probably 1 billion years or so before the black holes in these respective galaxies would get to the separation that PTAs could measure them. Okay, so this is the kind of thing we can actually see when we look at galaxy surveys, interactions of galaxies. And sometimes you can see the outcomes of mergers as well, because there might still be some tidal features, tails, that indicate that a collision has happened and the resultant galaxy is then settled down. But probably if you can still see morphological features that indicate a collision has recently taken place, then the black holes are still far apart inside that resulting galaxy merger. So if you can see morphological features, probably means that any binary is still not in the PTA band, because not enough time has elapsed for it to reach small enough separations. So if you zoom in and follow this picture theoretically, you've got these stellar cores that surround the black holes, which start to get closer and closer together. The black holes start to get closer and closer together. They're undergoing dynamical friction, so they're just responding to many, many gravitational scattering interactions from dark matter, from dust, from gas, from other stars, until eventually they swirl down to the center of the galaxy. And once you get to about a parsec or so of separation, which is just a few light years, dynamical friction is no longer efficient at drawing the black holes together, and you have to rely on these other mechanisms. You have to rely on there being an available population of stars that are in almost radial orbits, such that they intersect the central regions of the galaxy and slingshot off the binary. When they slingshot off the binary, they carry away energy and angular momentum, and that brings the black hole closer together. If you do that repeatedly, then that's an efficient mechanism. Jesse talked about the last parsec problem, the final parsec problem, which is kind of a misnomer now, because the situation that originally came up was that people thought these scattering mechanisms can happen, but they might be so efficient that they would deplete the population of available stars that could do this before the binary gets to small enough separations. Okay, so it might be just so efficient that the binary gets to this point and then it runs out of stars that can do scattering. And it just, you get hang up, or you get stalling is the terminology. And it just sits here and would take more than a Hubble time to get to the PTA band. So the final parsec problem is not a statement about there being no known mechanisms that can bring the binary together. It's that the chief mechanism that could do that, stellar scattering, might be too efficient. It's now realized that there are many mechanisms that can keep lots of stars available to you to do the scattering. If you have some kind of triaxial morphology of your stellar distribution, that is, if it's not a spherical blob of stars that's there, but there's some kind of ellipsoidal shape or triaxial, morphology, that keeps the available star distribution that can scatter replenished. So you're never going to run out of stars. And that kind of morphology is expected whenever you've got the weird morphology happening after a galaxy merger. Okay, things are not going to settle down for a long time. Another thing that can happen is that your stellar distribution can be stirred up by rotation. And again, rotation is one of those things that's expected after galaxy mergers take place. So combination of rotation and the morphology of the stellar distribution keeps there being a reservoir of stars that can scatter off the binary. Once you get to smaller separations, you might still have some gas lingering around, we would hope, at least for multi-messenger signatures that we'll talk about tomorrow. And that as well can extract energy from the binary orbit, bring the black holes together, until eventually you get to hundredths of a parsec, maybe thousandths of a parsec. And at that point, gravitational wave emission becomes efficient. The binary is in the PTA band, and you've got it responding by emitting gravitational waves. So those are all the mechanisms that could be happening. One other possible mechanism as well, I should have mentioned, is when people were still very concerned that binaries would just stall at a certain separation and there would be nothing that would emit gravitational waves that PTAs could be sensitive to. It was realized that, well, galaxies merge all the time in the universe. So if there's a galaxy in which a binary has stalled at a certain separation, then another galaxy is eventually going to come in and merge with that one. And that'll bring another black hole, which will act like an external perturber. And then that will actually efficiently bring the central pair together. So imagine you've got two black holes, external perturber. That actually acts as an efficient mechanism to bring that pair of black holes together. So there's no way you can stop gravitational waves being produced in the PTA band. It's just a question of the level. If you had stalling and you only relied on these external perturbers, three-body interactions, then the background signal will be maybe an order of magnitude lower than what has actually been observed. So our observations do imply that there is efficient evolution of the sources, either through gravitational wave emission or something like stellar scattering or something else. All right, I think Luke is just showing snapshots from the Illustris simulation here, or the newest version, Illustris TNG, which has made some improvements. And so the good thing about Illustris is that it's a cosmological hydro simulations. So it's not just evolving dark matter and black holes, but also all of the baryons involved in galaxies as well. So you can look at snapshots and see pictures of the interactions of the galaxies. Yeah.
Going back to like really quick, the three body. From what I understand, going three body systems usually eject one of the bodies.
Yeah.
That implies there's just random massive black holes in intergalactic space.
There could be, yeah. There's another way that it could happen as well. Like after black holes merge together, they get a kick. And so it's entirely possible based on the spin orientation of the supermassive black holes. It turns out if the spin's oriented this way, that can give a maximal kick. I think it's something like 4,000 kilometers per second. And that could actually be high enough to exceed the escape velocity of the galactic potential. And so you could just have random gigantic black holes out there in intergalactic space. People are looking for those kinds of things because they could carry some, there's still some like matter and stars that they would carry with them. So they would drag material with them, and they would also shock against the galactic material once they're, ejecting through the galaxy. They could shock. And so I think there have been some signatures people have claimed that they've seen shocks or signatures of supermassive black holes just rocketing through the galaxy. Not ours, obviously, but galaxies. And yeah, I don't know what the current thinking is on that, whether it's true or not, but it is possible. Okay.
Do we have any models for the project structures after black holes?
That's a really good question. I don't know, because there are some tiny galaxies that don't necessarily have massive black holes in them. But most of what we know about galaxy evolution implies like a symbiotic evolution between the central massive black hole and the galaxy. So I don't really know what happens then.
Like the next largest one, black hole slowly migrate back.
Yeah, you do get mass migration in galaxies. So if there happens to be a massive black hole that's just not quite as massive as the one that was ejected, then yeah, it could usurp the position and take the place as the central seed. But that's a good question. I'm not quite sure. Nikita.
So, when the stellar scattering happens, could that give an indication about when the black holes would be close enough to kind of inspire and generate gravitational waves?
You mean if you observe scattering events?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah. That is still quite early on though. So there might still be thousands of years. So you could make a statistical statement that if you see lots of binaries that have undergone scattering events, then there's a good chance that there are also binaries that have evolved enough, different from what you've observed, but there's a population evolved enough that we could be seeing them. I don't know if we have the kind of spatial resolution to be able to see those scattering events, though. The closest separation binary that we've observed, for example, is 7 parsecs. There's nothing confirmed below that directly resolved. So it might be that once the binary would be undergoing those kinds of scattering events, we just can't see them. People have made statements, though, about tidal disruption events. And I think you get enhanced tidal disruption of stars whenever you've got binaries present. But again, I'm not up to date on some of that. Okay, so Luke is talking here about cosmological simulations. Some of them are really big, expensive hydrodynamic simulations where you're evolving fluids and particles together. Here's a list of them. I know people that work on most of these, but for example, Illustris is something that Luke uses extensively. Eagle is another big one. Romulus, as far as I'm aware, is a smaller scale simulation. So it's more about looking at the details of galaxy mergers and the things that are happening inside galaxies at very small scales. Illustris is a huge simulation. And so in order to make it efficient, once they get below a certain length scale, they don't resolve it. And that's, I think, about a kiloparsec or so. So Illustris has this property that once you bring black holes to within a kiloparsec, it just merges them and says, okay, that is now a single black hole. The work of Luke and other people that do astrophysics of supermassive black holes within PTA collaborations is to post-process and essentially graft on all of the physics that happens between a kiloparsec and once we get into the PTA band. So that means all of those three-body interactions, stellar scattering events, circumbinary disk interactions, all of that has to be added in post-processing of these big simulations. Another thing you can do is you can just build a semi-analytic model. That is, you write down equations for dn by dz, all of the different distributions of the binaries, and you then draw things yourself. You draw from random distributions based on those dn by dz, etc. And that is something that at least William in the room has built based on earlier work, and possibly some other people in the room have done that as well. Oh, and yeah, observational catalogs. So we do have galaxy catalogs. People have looked at imagining that some of those galaxies have binaries in them. Just based on their properties, can we probabilistically paint binary systems into observed galaxies and then piece together the strain spectrum from that kind of observationally based model of the black hole binary distribution. So 3 main techniques here. I'm going to skip ahead. These are just models of the merger rate of massive galaxies, I believe, as a function of redshift. And so these are things that are assumed and put into things like the Illustra simulation in order to provide boundary physics for the evolution of the simulation itself. In order to get black hole binaries that you can then stitch together to make a strain spectrum, depending on the ways in which you do it, semi-analytic, semi-empirical, observational, or these big hydro simulations, you have to make some assumptions. So you have to assume there's some sort of galaxy stellar mass function. That is the distribution of galaxies as a function of the stellar mass. Or you have to make dark matter simulations. Once you've got your galaxy stellar mass function, you then need to give some probability that galaxies will pair up. Okay, the galaxies need to collide in order to get black hole binaries. So there has to be some assumption about the probability of finding pairs of galaxies. You then have to make some assumption about the time scale required for galaxies to merge together, and then give you binaries that would radiate in the PTA band. In order to get the masses of the black holes that would be in such a galaxy, you have to rely on empirical relationships like the MM bulge relationship that Jesse talked about. So that's the relationship of the stellar bulge to the mass of the central black hole. So in this case, the bulge mass is converted to the total mass of a binary system. So the assumption is that you've got a binary, and so instead of it just being the mass of a black hole, it's the total mass of a binary. And then you have all of that detailed physics involving the kind of handshake from one scenario to the next. Dynamical friction, stellar scattering, disk interactions, gravitational waves. Okay, so you have to piece all of these things together in order to get a population of supermassive black hole binaries and to construct your strain signal. And here's the picture that Luke has pasted in here, showing you the different mechanisms that are happening as a function of separation. So we've seen that before. All right, so now we get into the structure of holodeck itself, which I believe might be the first real attempt at a community-developed open source massive black hole population synthesis framework. Before that, it was reliant on a couple of key experts who were developing their own codes and tweaking things as they wished. But this is really trying to bring it out into the open so that you can use it, you can develop it, you can contribute to the code, make it better. So this is just laying out the different processes that happen, stitching together galaxy mergers, black hole properties, and then that smaller scale binary evolution to give you your simulated signals. The other aspect here is that we would like to bring a lot of the detailed information from generating these populations into our analysis of our PTA data. So really, if you think about it, these are quite expensive simulations to run. And you could imagine evaluating your PTA likelihood when you search for the gravitational wave background. And you would try to take the observed signal and unpack that to understand all of the detailed physics that might go into the binary evolution in order to infer some constraints. The problem is that if you did that, you would have to run one of these holodeck simulations or one of these big simulations every single likelihood evaluation you did. We don't want to do that, and so we use an emulator, or which is really just a fancy interpolation scheme. So really what happens is lots and lots of holodeck simulations are run beforehand to generate a library. The library has different simulations that have been evaluated over different choices of binary evolution. And once you've got that library, you build a model that kind of interpolates between the different library coordinates and stitches together. So instead of having to run a holodeck simulation each time you do your PTA likelihood analysis, you refer to your library, which is just a fast interpolant or lookup table, given some binary conditions. Here's my quickly interpolated strain spectrum against which I can compare my real data. So the emulator started off as something like a Gaussian process, which, if you're unfamiliar with the idea of Gaussian processes for interpolation, it's just a slightly fancier version of, interpolation that you're familiar with, linear interpolation, cubic spline interpolation. In this sense, Gaussian processes give you an interpolation uncertainty. So it's bringing in the idea that the library is not perfectly densely populated. There are some gaps. And so we'd like to see the result of the uncertainty from the presence of those gaps. And a Gaussian process brings it in. But people are now moving towards neural network emulators. NEMA is working on a neural network emulator for binary populations at the moment as well. So everything should be faster pretty soon. Motivation is primarily for our nanograv 15-year interpretation paper last year, but really it's open to the entire PTA community, and they'd be delighted for more people to use it and to contribute towards it. But the Astro folks are obviously interested in slightly less massive black holes as well that are relevant for the LISA mission. LISA is more sensitive to things of the mass scale of 10 to the 4 to 10 to the 7 solar masses. PTAs are looking at 10 to the 8 to 10 to the 10 solar masses. Okay, I think this is now just getting into the nitty-gritty of how to run holodeck itself. So how about I switch over to William, who can talk through some of the notebooks that are present on the holodeck GitHub, and it'll take you through examples of how to have an installed holodeck, how to actually generate your own populations.
Screen again?
Yeah, I think so.
Hi again, everyone. Third time in 24 hours. All right, so there were two notebooks or lectures, tutorials to go with this lecture. Both of them come from Holodeck or from the Holodeck GitHub page. So let me just show you where that is. It's under Nanograv's account. If you haven't already installed Holodeck, here are the instructions over here. And you can find a whole bunch of examples in this repo in the notebooks directory. What I've done is taken this one here and this one here and put them into the SumSchool repo. But if you ever want to go back to looking over how holodeck works, I recommend just coming back to the holodeck repo in case there's been like some updates to the code. Because I think it's still being developed and upgraded. But yeah, we can take a look at both of these notebooks over here. So this first one is for semi-analytic models. So this is a model of the distribution of supermassive black hole binaries that you would then draw from. So if we just get this started, what holodeck will do in this mode is set up a object that they call semi-analytic models. You got to put in your observation duration for your PTA. So in this case, 10 years, and you're looking at 20 different frequency bins. So I'm assuming that goes from 1/10 years to 20/10 years. So a frequency of half a year. If we run that, yeah, it goes from 0.1 to 2 gravitational waves per year, or this number of hertz. We need to start off by saying like how many realizations of the background that we want to make, and how many of the loudest binaries that we want to remove from the background. Because when we're drawing from these semi-analytic models, we're going to have potentially some really loud sources that are going to be louder than the background created by all the weaker sources. So this is something that you can modify and change depending on what you're looking at. And then this is creating right now 100 realizations and removing those two loudest binaries from the background. And we can see what this looks like as characteristic strain versus frequency. Here we go. We have 100 realizations of a background spectrum. This is a slightly fancier plot, apparently. So this is the 1 sigma credible region. No, credible level, credible region. Confidence level. Here we go. Of your 100 realizations of the background, and in purple, and then in orange we have this 1 and 2 sigma confidence levels of those two loudest sources across those 100 realizations. So this is just showing you how loud some of those continuous wave sources can be, or there's just one single source compared to the background, and it's particularly at high frequencies. The rest of the notebook will show you like how the semi-analytic models are built in holodeck. So you start off with this galaxy stellar mass function. So that tells you just like the number of galaxies that you have as a function of stellar mass. And then you also include a galaxy merger rate. The details of the relationships they use are somewhere in here. Then you have your MM bulge relationship, so the black hole mass versus the mass of the bulge of the galaxy. I think that's correct. Which will have a certain relationship, and then a galaxy pair fraction and a galaxy merger time as well. So how quickly and how often galaxies merge with each other. So they all come together to build your semi-analytic model, which is then the distribution of binaries that you have per redshift, per primary mass, per secondary mass, and so on. And per frequency, that's the most important one. So yeah, this is in holodeck 3-dimensional parameter space, which we then want to integrate over those 3 dimensions. So yeah, here's the details of all of those different relationships that they use. You can look into more details on what they exactly are. So you add all of these into your semi-analytic model. And then you start computing the number of binaries that you have in each of these cells. So at each frequency, at each primary mass, at each is it secondary mass or mass rate? At each mass ratio and each redshift. So they have a grid across these 4 dimensions, and they're just computing how many binaries there are in each of these grid points, which you then integrate over to then create your spectra. So this tells you the number of binaries that you have for each total mass and mass ratio. So it's just like a little color map right there. Then you compute total number of binaries that you have in your realization of the universe. So if you're imagining in this section that the binary is only evolving because of gravitational wave radiation and rather than interactions with the rest of the galaxy, this is the code that you'll want, hard GW. And then I'm hoping this is going to be showing you, nope, this is not showing you a spectrum yet. We're still going through the nitty-gritty of things. So this is a number of binaries that you have as a function of total mass at 2 specific frequencies. So at lower frequencies, it's showing you that you've got a really high number of binaries across the entire mass range. And then at higher frequencies, you got less, which is what you'd expect for this circularization from gravitational waves only. Now we're integrating finally. So the total number of modeled binaries you have in this frequency range is nearly 3 times 10 to the 14. So it's a lot. We're computing more stuff, but we're not getting a spectrum, and I don't know why. If you want a more complicated model for your binaries, though, instead of just being hardened by gravitational wave emission only, but is interacting with the stars and lost cone or your the circumbinary gas disk. This is one of the models that you would use. So you choose a lifetime for the binary so it's how long that binary essentially lives for. So from the formation of the binary to when it eventually coalesces, which you put into here, and then you compute the number of binaries you have in each of those little grid points again. What did this give you now? So this is now showing you the number of binaries that you have as a function of total mass again, but comparing those 2 different hardening schemes. So the solid line is when only gravitational waves are causing the binaries to inspiral. And then this phenomenological one is when you have those interactions with the lost cone, for example. And you see this really big turnover at lower total masses. So there's a lot of interaction. All those binaries are very much interacting with the environment at those lower masses. I'm not entirely sure why that would be. I'll have to think about it. Question?
At this point, has the number for binaries changed, like when you increase the hardening rate?
I think it has, yeah, because the total number of binaries would be like the area underneath these curves. So yeah, this area is much smaller now that we've got those environmental effects compared to just hardening just because of gravitational waves. So yeah, it would be a good idea to actually compute that though. So thanks for that question. Let's try this code and see what happens. Oop. Is this what I'm wanting? I think so. Nope. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how to do that. It's something that we'll have to figure out during this session. Okay, finally we get into gravitational waves. So in this example now, we're going to be creating, oh, here we go. This is the code that we were looking for. Oh, I see. It's slightly different. Does that make sense? Okay. I can look into that later. But now we're comparing gravitational wave spectra, or the background spectra from these two different models. So hardening just because of gravitational waves emission only, and then this phenomenological one where we're including these environmental effects. Looking at a 40-year PTA duration, 50 frequencies, again 100 realizations, and we're looking at removing the 6 loudest binaries. And it takes a little bit of time because the way holodeck is written, there's a lot of for loops in it, so it takes a little bit of time to be able to simulate all of these. And this is what these spectra look like. So when you include this phenomenological effects, this drives binary evolution faster at lower gravitational wave frequencies. So you get this little turnover over here, which is quite nice to see, compared to the gravitational wave only model, which is more the power law straight line that you expect. Compute the distribution of amplitudes on 1/year for these different models, and then you can do some more stuff with it as well. And I haven't really looked into the rest of it, but then just goes into more of the astrophysics and being able to extract some more information about your binary populations. Question?
How does the PTA duration get simulated with the holodeck?
It changes your frequency grid. So what this is saying here is that your frequency grid goes from 1/40 years up to 50/40 years as your gravitational wave frequency that you're sampling. If you changed this duration to say 20, you're changing your frequency grid that you're looking over. Sensitivity of the... It should do, yes. Like if you're doing like a PTA analysis, more data is always better. So yeah, it should be able to improve your sensitivity to being able to characterize these effects, which is actually something I'm looking into as one of my side projects for the PhD. Yeah, can't tell you how good it is it is, but it's something we're looking into. But yeah, I can move on to show you the other notebooks that we have, which is this discrete, what do they call it? Discrete illustrious. So instead of starting off with a semi-analytical model, which is this just model that you've developed for extracting binaries from, you can start off with the binaries that you would get out from the cosmological model like illustrious, which you would load using this function here, pop illustrious, and then you just tell it like what kind of hardening mechanisms do you want and how does these binaries evolve over time. And then compute your gravitational wave background with this. I think this takes a lot longer to run because you have a whole bunch of binaries in illustrious that each individual one you'll have to evolve. But yeah, this is what that spectrum looks like. It looks like we're not taking out the loudest binaries, so you get these odd spikes of continuous waves, but that's probably something that you can do. What's pretty neat about this is that you can resample from these catalogs. So say like if there's not enough binaries in there for what you would like to do, then you can resample that population, increase the population or decrease the population. I'm not sure what this is meant to be showing. Is it, oh, it's showing all the like the distribution of like redshift and the distance between your binaries and so on. What is it? It's something that is written here by Luke. It's been defined. Here we go. Oh, it uses Kale. There's a corner plot used in Kale.
I sort of like the points along the bottom to show the density.
Oh yeah, like this little, is it carpet plot they call? Yeah. That is nice actually. What can you do? You can modify your population, so you can change your bulge relation from what was used in the cosmological simulation to something new. So you can use some sort of modifier function here to do that. So yeah, this just shows you what like the median masses of your binaries were before and afterwards, and how your distribution changes. Here we go. So in gray, we've got stellar mass versus black hole mass and how that changes between this old and new population. Change the eccentricity of your population. And then change your binary evolution models as well. So you've got this, I'm guessing this fixed time one is going to be just like hardening from gravitational waves only. I'm not sure what this is meant to be showing you. Oh, time, I think it's a hardening time scale, like a distribution of like how long some of them are at a certain frequency. I'm not sure. Oh no, sorry. It's the lifetime of the binary, so how long it takes for it to form, how long it takes for them to coalesce after being formed, I should say. I don't know what these units are though. This shows you your hardening timescale versus binary separation. So this shows you this dynamical friction part over here, and then your interactions with the environment around the binary, and then gravitational wave hardening. So that compares nicely to that plot earlier that we saw. Again, hardening timescale versus frequency. So higher frequency you are, the faster it takes for the binary to coalesce. And then, yeah, you can create a gravitational wave background from that as well. This takes a little bit longer to run compared to your semi-analytic models. Yeah, we've only got 5 realizations here, and it's taken forever compared to the other one. And then you can change the eccentricity of these populations as well and see how that affects your background. And then this doesn't look like it's been finished, but it's something you can play around with. Here you go, and this is what that that background will look like. So you've got a very strong turnover here, which would be like the smoking gun for interactions between the binary and its surrounding environment, so lost cone and circumbinary gas. Yeah, so those are 2 notebooks that you can play around with. I'm also just going to show you one more. If you're looking to make more realizations of a population really, really quickly, this is what I used in that paper that I showed you this morning. I made this myself, so please test it out and play with it. But this creates, so this is a semi-analytic model, or this uses a semi-analytic model from Middleton et al. 2016 to make realizations of finite population supermassive black hole binaries. The scripts that you'll need to create these populations are in here in this repo. I have an example usage of the script down at the bottom over here. So all you need to do is define your model. So there are 5 parameters to this model. I'm counting properly, I'm hoping, yes. So you've got this spectral index on your redshift distribution. No, so your characteristic on the chirp mass distribution, then this characteristic chirp mass, which tells you like what's the highest mass possible for these binaries, then a spectral index on redshift, and then what's the furthest redshift that binaries, what's the furthest redshift that you'll find these binaries, and then a normalized merger rate, so just like how many binaries are how many galaxies are merging, essentially. It's just a rate of them. So if you increase that, then you're just increasing the number of binaries that you have. This is these little grid cells that we were looking at in holodeck. This tells you the number of binaries that you have in each of those grid cells over redshift, frequency, then chirp mass. And then, as you can see, I can make 100,000 of these in a very small amount of time. It takes about an hour, I think, on a laptop. You can reduce this down to maybe like 10,000 if you just want to play with it, and it will take a couple of minutes. So yeah, if this is something you want to look at as well, then you can just look at this code. And there's some example notebooks here as well, showing what I've been doing. So yeah, there are different options that you want to play, we can play around with. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to
I would think
mention.
so. Now's the kind of exploration time for the various notebooks. Don't feel like you have to get through every single one. Choose a path and group together, see if you can work together if you have any problems. And we'll do that until lunchtime. Thanks, Will.
Cool.
And I think this is kind of just literally. Where effectively you're just gonna modify Jupiter. Yeah, it's literally. Do you have Jupiter? All you have to do is. You know, as long as when you set up sort of.
Or we'll grab, you know, from picture, right? You know. Well, it's a lot, I mean, there are a lot of things to do with that. Exactly, that's why I wanted to. There is a lot of ways I have not done nothing to it. But then you're also providing some examples, like comments. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that almost everyone can do that. When the option comes up for character variance, almost every time you. Option comes up for no conversation. The only time you don't want to do that is usually individual, right? Otherwise, you don't. So, like a lot of these ones. I should do something. It's not like, and then I said, and then the other thing I was wondering about was, maybe it's really done already, within the context. But is it possible to provide, a rule of thumb map through significant ways? So given the knowledge, like, say you get say you reduce the non-character variance, you get an estimate. Obviously, that's not trustworthy. Yeah. That would be a question. But also at the same time, right. I don't know, the basic people, so the question they want to see is, like, I for the street. When I didn't wonder if it was around, so it was.
Yeah.
Okay. I think people would have to provide. Information on junk. Which case are you doing? But I don't know, I thought you can build a library solution, you know. So, right, this is something with why I started. Yeah, what I'm trying to do. I didn't know that. And I don't think you're right. I don't know if I get a sense. It's. Things are gonna get done. I don't know how much actually. I think it will be very little fees. But actually. There's actually. There's one to measure not doing. What values so random like that. Our tax maybe. Like any price. So I know I keep. So, right now, this we get. What you guys see. And X here or whatever. Obviously, so and obviously F doesn't change, T doesn't change. Does N change? So wait, what? No, you just started the way. Okay. The only time that they are sanitary, we know, data. And then the only thing that changes that is fine, right? Everything else is constant. Literally. Yeah. That whole save a lot of time to look into it, it makes it, recap of the signal. But do you think all of these make progress? That was sorry. It's not. Yeah, technically the bottle. On the privatization. Actually, something like this was. I can appreciate give those. Otherwise, it actually. So. I mean, but for that's the So my concern is that people are. Yes. If we type in the thing on site. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they don't clear you, but everyone's. Well, yeah. Or. You know, that's something. Sometimes you. And then we can go here. So wait for. They don't know what I do. I got the whole year. Always like so. That would be more. That's how we. Yes. So gravity will get. Binary or emitter gravity. Again, it's all elevation. Then just yeah, like different. So yeah, and the reason why lose just losing more anymore than those politics. So the energy factors up. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
We almost asked you to.
No, William did a great job. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the difference between illustrious and holodeck? Because the illustrious code is using a lot of the holodeck, like, evolution function or stuff.
Yeah,
What
I
is,
mean, I think it's, most of the work is in, post processing, but has to be added to the binary. Because once you get to, once illustrious gets to its, I think it called it software. Once it gets to the binary, black hole, it's everything like that. It just. pushes it together. And that does not accurately reflect the maybe billions of years that we're going to find it. So a lot of the work in politics is taking the illustrious simulation and then graphing on smaller scale with it. To get accuracy like this.
does the illustrious population create a population of binaries that's fundamentally different than the holodeck create, or do they kind of, are they different scales, or?
I think it just, the evolution is much faster than we're doing. And it's the black hole really together. And, so any realistic model, like, brings in something like that. It might be like a exponential, at least 1 meter after illustrious, right? So just pretend that doesn't really happen, but in 1 meter, 2 meters. So what all that does is it takes properties of the galaxy itself that are close, like the stellar distribution, and it uses that to calculate how to differentiate which black holes.
So does the picture example like both of those simulations together, like the electric and holodeck, which is for different places now?
Yeah. I think it only, I think the, you know, the only something that we always would do.
I'm just wondering what the damage is.
It's got more than
Oh.
it's in there. And in order to generate, it's not like people are running illustrious. Illustrious have to be run.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
They just download slightly. So I think the benefit of.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, let me take a gigantic cluster. But I don't, I really think people want. And then actual, get a difference. Analysis on. Yes.
I finally know why our project works in America.
Oh, yeah.
If I set my number of, our prior number of photos plus 1. If I don't make it plus 1, I get it. It's like a single filter result versus the differentiation result for the higher qualified. So this is n filter plus 1. Makes it n filter plus 1. This is fixing the Fourier equation. To make it a match. If I say it's number of filters plus 100. This is the thing that I was worried about. There was systems like.
Oh,
So you are choosing the right.
we're choosing one that at least matches the login comparison.
And I said, if the Fourier coefficient are available, And the only one that actually gives you the right answer is the animal. Sorry, itself doesn't work. It underestimates the. It doesn't give you the perfect match, and also something that's not equal to one also there's a mismatch. Our choice of fire isn't, but yeah, according to that.
It's at least the solution that makes sense, because it's chosen to match single pulse. And so if we take the prior and said n pulse rate equals 1, then it can be shown that exactly.
That's true.
That's it. I'm done with it. Not doing anything.
Yeah, it's good for us. I've never used it.
This is an ad. It's gonna show up.
If I find a lot
The other thing, I can also really.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Like this one. Yeah.
No, so, the function that why the house would run this select. And I thought, okay, so it's in that so. I quite only keep hiring. Always.
Like under the next one. Yeah. Yeah, image, yeah.
Yeah, so what it's doing is. So what you did.
Yeah, I think, what I really learned. First, we need to generate. But it was a little. I just started using.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, so if you use the. That. Yeah. So that sense is pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, all in that.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, including the folks online. Lunch is ready at the back of the room. That's that delicious smell from Woodlands Indian. It's all vegetarian. There should be plenty to go around. So we'll come back at 2 o'clock for a lecture by me and then a tutorial after that on single supermassive black hole binary searches. Before you get stuck into lunch, can we please have a round of applause for Raina, who's been helping with all of the food. He's been doing an amazing job. So for those online, we'll come back at 2. Enjoy your lunch.
Did you check your Slack? There's another installation that we didn't include on GitHub. It's for Quick CW.
Oh, okay.
So you may want to
I'll
announce
make the
it.
announcement.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tina. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We're going to get started on my lecture, first of all, which will lead into a demo later on from Polina. In preparation for that demo, we will have one more installation you'll need to do. And that is going to be the actual quick CW code you might have heard about to do the rapid searches for individual binary signals in PTA data. So Polina has put the installation commands necessary in the summer school Slack. So if you have time now to quickly try that, go ahead. You can try it just before, though, during the break that we'll have. So I'm going to set up Polina's demonstration by giving you the theory of how individual supermassive black hole binary signals manifest in PTA data. We're going to rehash some of the material from Monday and Tuesday a little bit, since it'll involve computing the amplitudes of gravitational waves from a binary, and then how those signals create timing offsets in PTA data. My notes for this are already in the GitHub repository, but let's walk through them together. Okay, so on Monday, whenever I was doing that derivation of the gravitational wave signals from an individual binary, I did the very simple assumption that the binary had equal mass components. Both of the black holes were of equal mass. But we can make this very simple and general by going to an effective one-body description of binary dynamics. Hopefully you've seen something like this in your mechanics courses. But effectively, we imagine two black holes orbiting each other as if it's really the total mass of the system as the center, and then the reduced mass of the system as the thing that's orbiting. Okay, so I've got my total mass here, m1 plus m2, and then my reduced mass, 1 over reduced mass equals 1 over m1 plus 1 over m2, and so that gives the reduced mass of the system. And then the cartoon picture becomes this. I've got my total mass here, reduced mass, orbital separation A, or orbital radius. And then I'm using Kepler's third law just to get the relationships that I want. Reduced mass times the orbital angular frequency squared times the orbital separation. And then here I've really got Newton's constant, but throughout I'm going to have G equals C equals 1. So really there's a G in here, but we're going to forget about it for ease of notation. And as usual, omega, the orbital angular frequency, is 2 pi times the actual physical orbital frequency itself. Now we've seen from Monday that the metric perturbation in the spatial components are I and J, Roman indices, is equal to 2 over R, where R is the distance to the system, times the second time derivative of the quadrupole moment tensor, I. And we're not going to use this notation much, but it's technically the time delay effect. We're just going to ignore that for now, but it's something if you look up textbooks or notes later on, you'll see this notation. Okay, so we've got our reduced mass in orbit around the total mass. And so to imagine what the orbit of that reduced mass is, this is going to be the vector of my reduced mass orbiting around the total mass. Notice that it's just the equation of a circle. So if I took this squared plus this squared, I will get a squared, which is the radius of that circle. And this phi is just the time-dependent orbital phase. And I can relate phi to omega by noting that d phi by dt is equal to omega. And for now, I'm going to stick to just treating this binary orbit in the xy plane, and we'll change the orientation towards the end. So we'll work out some of the relationships, and then we'll just tilt it so we get to an arbitrary orientation. So this is me now computing the components of the quadrupole moment tensor, which requires me to just take the coordinates themselves and the fact that I've got the reduced mass orbiting around, and I just plug that into the definition of the quadrupole moment tensor itself. If you can't remember off the top of your head what it is, the quadrupole moment tensor is defined as this thing. Because my assumption here is that the reduced mass can be treated like a point mass, then effectively I've got a moving delta function in this system where I've got my mass just occupying a single point on some time-dependent path. So when I do this integral, it's just going to bring out things like the reduced mass times, in this case, the xx component. So I'll get something like mu times a squared times cosine squared phi. So that'll be I x x. And then in order to get to what I've got over here, I'm just using trig rules to convert cosine squared to cosine 2 phi terms. And remember, when we did this on Monday, this was the first immediate sign that the gravitational wave frequency in a binary system that's circular is twice the orbital frequency of the system, because I end up getting trig quantities that have 2 phi in it. But I don't just need the quadrupole moment tensor itself. I need the second time derivative of the quadrupole moment tensor. And so that's just going to bring me factors of omega. Because I've got 2 time derivatives, I get 2 omegas. So I introduce an omega squared in here, plus some numerical prefactors. Notice that I've got nothing over here in the z, because my binary is oriented in the xy plane, and the influence of gravitational waves is going to be in that plane, even though the waves are propagating along the z-axis. Okay, so I'm going now from my second time derivative of my quadrupole moment tensor to what I actually need, the components of the metric perturbation, the spatial components of the metric perturbation, ij. So I'm just taking out all of the common prefactors, grouping that with the 2 over r, and then isolating the bits that depend on the orbital phase. So I get a cosine 2 phi, sine 2 phi, minus cosine 2 phi, and another sine 2 phi. And I can identify those immediately with the h plus, minus h plus, h cross, h cross. And notice that this is transverse and it's also traceless, okay? The sum of this is 0. The sum of the trace is 0. All right, so I can just read off some immediate quantities, but before I do that, I'll introduce this compact notation now, so we can make our life a bit more easy. The chirp mass appears in tons and tons of equations that we use, because in leading order gravitational wave equations, this is the only mass quantity in a binary system that actually matters. It's a combination of the two component masses. So this is the reduced mass to 3/5, total mass to 2/5, or if you like, in terms of the mass ratio itself, it's got this dependence here. So the chirp mass is proportional to the total mass times some mass ratio dependent quantities. So this is why I think it was Sophie asked earlier in the week, what does mass ratio do to the chirp mass and to the gravitational wave strength? If you've got a low mass ratio, then this denominator is roughly just equal to 1. And then, roughly speaking, it goes as q to the 3/5 times m. So if you lower the mass ratio in the system, even though you might keep the total mass fixed, the chirp mass is reduced, and so the gravitational wave strength is also reduced. And in this notation, I've got mass ratio as m2 over m1. Occasionally, you'll see mass ratio defined as m1 over m2. That is the primary mass over the secondary mass. But in everything that I'm showing here, it's the secondary divided by the primary. So the lower mass system divided by the higher mass system, so that q is always between 0 and 1. Okay, so like I said, I'm taking this in a very easy couple of steps, I think, and then I'm just reading off the H plus and the H cross components that I get from this binary system. And here they are. These are the prefactors that I've now rewritten in terms of the chirp mass, the orbital angular frequency, and the distance to the source r. And this has the cosine dependence in the plus, and this has the sine dependence in the cross. As I keep referring to, this tells us immediately that for a circular binary system, gravitational wave frequency is twice the orbital frequency. All good? Any questions before we move on? Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. So, for a binary not in the XY plane, we're just going to reorient ourselves. So let's imagine that my binary is kind of inclined like this to the line of sight. So this is the orbital plane here. This is going to be the center of the orbit, and then I've got a vector that's perpendicular to the orbital plane. That vector will define the direction of my orbital angular momentum. And I'm denoting the orbital angular momentum vector by L hat. So if I want a definition for what my inclination angle is in my binary system, then I've got cosine inclination is minus the scalar product of the orbital angular momentum vector with the unit vector pointing to the binary. And to avoid confusion later on, let me actually just change this, because I've used P before for pulsars. So let me change this so that it's actually plus omega dot. Okay, so omega is the direction of propagation of the gravitational waves coming towards us, and minus the direction of propagation is the origin direction. So I've just got cosine inclination is equal to the orbital angular momentum vector of the binary, and then the direction of propagation of the gravitational waves. For a face-on binary, the inclination angle is 0. So notice that if I tilt this binary around so that it's face-on, and there's no angle between the orbital angular momentum and that line of sight vector, inclination is 0. Whenever you do that, if you set the inclination equal to 0, you get 1 plus 1. So this is the inclination dependent part of the amplitude. Okay, so that doubles me up in the plus, which is good. So that'll give me a factor of 2 here. And that multiplies against the 2 that's here and gives me a 4 as my prefactor. If I go to the cross and the inclination is equal to 0, that just gives me a 1. I already had a 4 here. So that tells me whenever I've got a face-on binary, the amount of power coming from the plus modes and the cross modes is equal. It's exactly equal. But if I've got an edge-on binary, so that is the orbital plane is in the plane of my palm and the line of sight is along that direction, then cosine of pi over 2, which is what the inclination angle would be there, cosine of pi over 2 is 0. So I get 0 in the cross mode, and I get less in the plus mode. So I only get a 1 there. So this is telling me that I can change the inclination angle, and it will never give me 0 gravitational wave power. I'm always sensitive to gravitational waves coming from any orientation of binary. But the most power in gravitational waves that I could receive is one from which the binary is face on. So now how do we get the frequency as a function of time and the orbital phase as a function of time? Well, I use equations that we saw earlier for how gravitational waves cause the evolution of a binary system. So this is really what I had on Monday. It's just written now in terms of the chirp mass and the orbital angular frequency. So this before was df by dt, but now it's just d omega by dt. Notice that it has the same scaling relationship. It's still omega to the 11 thirds. But now I can write it as 96 over 5, m to the 5 thirds, where m is the chirp mass here, omega to the 11 thirds. Why 96 over 5? Because this is what you get when you do the calculation. There's no physical intuition for it. It's a prefactor that comes entirely from just doing the calculation in GR. So if I solve this differential equation, I end up getting omega as a function of time times, omega as a function of time, which is omega at some standard reference time, omega 0. And then I have this kind of gnarly looking expression, but it's not that bad. Again, with some prefactors, m to the 5 thirds, the original frequency to the 8 thirds, and then linear time all to the power minus 3/8. Okay, so this is if we had an evolving binary, or if we were trying to look at frequency chirping, this is the kind of thing that LIGO people would solve. You can easily see chirping from this. So if I then try to get phi, I've got from my definition that omega is equal to d phi by dt. I just have to take the omega and now integrate that. And that gives me my orbital phase, okay? So it's not too bad. I'm just taking some initial phase, solving it in terms of omega as a function of time, and I already know what omega as a function of time is. So this is not very, very difficult at all. It's just keeping track of various factors and solving a few equations. So as an aside, because some people earlier were interested in this, if you had an eccentric binary, these equations get modified a bit. It becomes a coupled set of equation for frequency and eccentricity. So if you had eccentricity, you introduce an extra bit to this d omega by dt. So the initial bit is exactly the same, but then I've got this other bit over here, which is eccentricity dependent. And note by construction, when e is equal to 0, this just becomes 1. So it reduces to the equation we had earlier. The more interesting one is the new equation, which is dE by dt, completely new. It's got some mass, chirp mass, and frequency dependent quantities, and then eccentricity dependent quantities again. Notice that this is plus and this is a negative. So gravitational wave emission causes frequency to increase. And then just based on the sign, gravitational wave emission causes eccentricity to decrease. dE by dt is negative. So it circularizes the binaries. Kyle. You can solve them analytically, yeah. You can actually do this in a way that doesn't depend on the chirp mass at all. So you can solve these coupled equations and say for a binary that starts out at a certain frequency and certain eccentricity, what is its eccentricity once you get to another frequency? So it's possible to track that evolution. And I think it's something like if you start off with a binary that's 0.95 eccentricity at 1 nanohertz, then by the time it gets to 100 nanohertz, its eccentricity will have reduced to 0.3, something like that. So it's entirely possible. There's a compact expression to do this. It is tractable. So we've got H plus, we've got H cross. We have to get observables now. Albert.
This is all, when we're doing prescribing what the organization, learning, certification.
Yes, yeah.
Has anyone resolved the unintended equation for a two-line problem?
Yes, it looks pretty Keplerian until you get to like the last couple of cycles. So this is all fine. You know, Newtonian orbits are pretty much correct until you get to the last few cycles before black holes merge. It's a good question. So observables, we need to go back to this form. We have our H plus, we have our H cross. What we actually want to find is something related to the shift to the arrival rate of radio pulses. So that introduces the difference in the metric perturbation. The difference in the metric perturbation between when the gravitational wave passed the pulsar and then when it passes eventually the Earth. And then we've got our geometrical factors here, our kind of angular sensitivity dependent factors, where P is the unit vector pointing to the pulsar, omega is the direction of propagation of the gravitational wave. If you remember, once you contract this geometrical bit with the polarization basis tensors, E plus ij, E cross ij, you get a scalar quantity, and that scalar quantity corresponds to the antenna response factor F. So you'll have an F plus and you'll have an F cross, telling you how this particular Earth pulsar system responds to plus gravitational waves coming from a particular direction, and the same for cross. So this does depend on the direction of propagation of the gravitational waves, and it'll be relevant to a particular pulsar. So that relative geometry is important. But notice that I've introduced another angle here, which is the gravitational wave polarization angle. And that's really another orientation dependent factor. So it depends on how the line of nodes of the binary is oriented with respect to our particular observation point. If you want a graphic of that, I recommend looking in there's a paper I wrote in 2016, which reproduces the graphic from another paper. And it shows where you get this polarization angle from. You can consider it as just like a mixing angle between F plus and F cross. It's another degree of freedom that kind of removes any dependence of where we say the plus is defined or the cross is defined. So there's some arbitrariness in how we could define this is the plus polarization, this is the cross polarization. The mixing angle, polarization angle, psi, just removes that arbitrariness. So we have to search over an additional angle psi as a result. Levi, you had a question? Good, okay. All right. So what we actually want is the timing signal, the induced timing offset caused by the gravitational wave. And that is achieved by integrating the shift to the arrival rate of the pulses over time. So if we look back here, this thing is a dimensionless quantity. It's the fractional shift to the arrival rate of the pulses. This is dimensionless. Everything here is dimensionless. So in order to get the actual timing offset signal, we have to integrate over time. So I'm just bringing a time integral into my previous z equation. That means I get my geometrical factors, FA, and then I've got an integral over my delta H for each polarization. But when I do this, I end up getting a separation here. And we've already seen this yesterday. No, maybe Tuesday. we get the Earth term and we get the pulsar term. So this delta really corresponds to having Earth term minus pulsar term. Writing this out, the S plus and the S cross, it's really just an integral over time of the H plus and the H cross. And the H plus and the H cross, the only time-dependent quantities there are sine of phi and cosine of, sorry, sine of 2 phi and cosine of 2 phi. So I can do this. It does require a little bit of an assumption that the frequency is not evolving much over the time integral that I'm doing. Why do I have to assume that? Can't I just do an integral of sines and cosines? Let's look back at my equations up here. So I've got an H plus and H cross. If I integrate these over time, there are actually two things in here that have a time dependence. There's an omega and there's a cosine 2 phi. So to make my life easier, understanding that there's not much evolution of the binary over a few decades, this thing can just be considered to be constant in time over that stretch of observation time. This is constant. That makes my life easier. And then this thing here is really just 2 times omega times time. Okay. Once I do that, it becomes trivial. So I can just do the integral over time, and that gives me S plus and S cross, which is m to the 5/3 over luminosity distance over omega to the 3rd. So I started off with something that was omega to the 2/3 for the H plus or H cross. Once I do the time integral, that means I'm bringing down a factor of omega, which goes omega to the 2/3 divided by omega, which means I end up with 1 over omega to the 3rd. Other factors are exactly the same. Any questions? Anything not quite clear in what I just... There might have been a bit of a leap there. Yes, Nikita. Yes. Yeah, and I am going to get onto this next. So this is the time now, effectively, and then this is the time at which the gravitational wave is passing by the pulsar. So it's really TP is equal to the time now minus some distance, pulsar distance, and geometrical factor. And I'll get onto that in just a second. So the Earth term has 8 parameters if you add them all up. We've got our theta and phi. Those are things that just go into the omega. Omega is the direction of propagation. So you take the negative of that, it's the origin direction. So I'll have angles on the sphere that give me the sky origin. I've also got my inclination angle and my psi. Those are my binary orientation angles. Atika? Yeah, it's exactly. So there are various ways in which you could imagine rotating and orienting a binary. So it's another degree of freedom in which you would orient the binary. Yeah, you can consider it like an Euler angle. Okay, so sky location, binary orientation, initial orbital phase. There doesn't just start at 0. We have to introduce an angle that we search over. Then these things, this is the chirp mass and the luminosity distance, which appear in pretty much in the amplitude. And then this is the orbital angular frequency. So if we only had the Earth term, if we didn't have the pulsar term and we had no ability to search for the pulsar term, what would this look like? Well, if I have no evolution over the time that I'm observing the binary source, I've got a monochromatic wave. So this just becomes 2 omega times time. The only place that the chirp mass actually appears in is in the amplitude. And since I can get omega from how the monochromatic wave is cycling, yes, I can tease out the omega dependence in the amplitude, but the only place that the chirp mass and the distance are is in here. So they're actually entirely degenerate. I can't tease them apart if I only have the Earth term. So sometimes people will just search over an overall amplitude that combines the chirp mass and the distance, knowing that we can't pull them out and separate them if they're really just in the Earth term. So in order to get the chirp mass as a constrained quantity, we would need to rely on having some frequency evolution in order to separate the terms, in order to break the degeneracy in the amplitude here, allow me to get more information from somewhere else about the chirp mass, so that I could then independently constrain that and then constrain the distance to the binary system. And the way that we try to and hope to do that is the pulsar term. So the pulsar term has at least the number of pulsars additional parameters, because each pulsar will have its own distance. And the frequency evolution back to the pulsar term and the phase evolution back to the pulsar term relies on some geometry, but then this additional parameter here, which is the distance to the pulsar of order kiloparsecs or so. And if it is order kiloparsecs, then this TP quantity, time at the pulsar that Nikita asked about, is just equal to the time at the Earth minus this lag time, but that lag time can be thousands of years. So remember when I talked about this on Tuesday, this lag time of thousands of years means that if I rewind the clock on from what my binary looks like now, and I go to an earlier time, thousands of years in the past, then the frequency could be much lower than it is right now. And if we were doing an eccentric binary search, the eccentricity would be much higher than it is right now. So we could have lots of frequency evolution of those thousands of years, which means that the pulsar term and the Earth term could be quite different frequencies. And that's good. That's good because it means that we have another way of constraining the chirp mass. The frequency evolution is chirp mass and frequency dependent. So if I can constrain the evolution between the Earth term and the pulsar term, I've got another piece of information to give me the chirp mass and break that degeneracy between the chirp mass and the distance to the source. So here's what I would plug into my equations for the orbital frequency at the pulsar term. It's really just taking my earlier equation for omega as a function of t, substituting in what this time at the pulsar is, and I'll get an equation that is dependent on the Earth term frequency and distance to the pulsar and some geometrical factors. But notice from this that the pulsar term frequency is always less than the Earth term frequency, because this thing will always give me something that will end up with omega p is less than omega 0. So what is the typical evolution between the Earth term and the pulsar term? If you wanted to work this out, you could just do d omega by dt times delta t. That would give you a rough estimate of what the change in the frequencies could be. But perhaps Paulina will get onto this later on. There's a really nice plot in her recent paper that shows that it can be quite a bit. If you've got the typical masses of binaries that we're searching for and that we think that we'll be most sensitive to, those are billion solar mass, and those are up to maybe 10 billion solar mass. And the frequencies that we're typically targeting for individual binary searches are of order 10 nanohertz or so. At those frequencies, the evolution can be more than our frequency resolution bins that we have in the PTA band. Okay, so if I wanted to do this, I would take something like chirp mass is 10 to the 9, orbital frequency 10 to the minus 8, and I would try this for different chirp masses and different orbital frequencies, and then I would just do this. So that's something to do in your own time. The blanks here are certainly not because I forgot to do this morning. Same for the phase. I would just plug in the pulsar term time into my phase equation, and I would get something which would allow me to compute back to the pulsar term. So in principle, if I know the distance to the pulsar, and I've got my geometrical factors, and I have my Earth term frequency as a parameter, and everything else as a parameter, then I could take the information in the variables that I have for my Earth term, and I could just rewind the clock in my equations and model the pulsar term. So in principle, all you need to compute that pulsar term in your waveform or your signal model is the stuff that goes into the Earth term, those 8 variables, plus the distance to each of the pulsars. The catch is that the pulsar distances are terribly known. There's only like 1 or 2 in which the pulsar distance is known to better than a gravitational wavelength. And that's really the metric you need to go by when you're assessing if you've got a good measurement of the pulsar distance to really tell you information about the pulsar term. Most of our pulsar distances, I think Nima showed it yesterday, they're of order tens of percent. So not great at all. And the fact that they're known very, very poorly means that when we model them, it's most convenient to just separate things out. So it's easier to search for separate pulsar distance parameters and separate pulsar term phase parameters. The pulsar term phase can oscillate very, very rapidly as a function of the distance to the pulsar. And so if you know that poorly, then when you do your search, you'll be trying to hop between a bunch of very rapidly oscillating secondary maxima in your likelihood. It becomes very inefficient, becomes very easy for you to get stuck in a local maximum. And maybe some of you are nodding because you've experienced this. So for the last 10 years or so, this has been the strategy we've used. We've just separated out pulsar distance and pulsar term phase. We can put priors on the pulsar distances corresponding to the precision with which they've been measured, either from DM or from parallax. And then the pulsar term phase is just something we let have a uniform prior between 0 and 2 pi. In principle, this also means we could completely relax relationships between the pulsar term frequency and the Earth term frequency. We could assume that they're not just evolving due to the emission of gravitational waves, that they're evolving due to something else. That kind of additional flexibility might be one way to probe, environmental mechanisms as a driver of the binaries. I don't think our precision for measuring single sources will be there quite yet within the next decade or so. So given that for practical search reasons, we split up our search into an additional pulsar distance and an additional pulsar term phase, that means that we don't just have an additional 1 parameter for each pulsar, we have an additional 2 parameters for each pulsar. So in case it quite hasn't sunk in yet, here's a sum of all of the numbers of parameters we would have in a continuous wave search, in a search for a single supermassive black hole binary. Just 1 supermassive black hole binary. So we always need to search over intrinsic red noise, right? This is just the intrinsic noise in the pulsars. That's at least 2 times the number of pulsars, okay? Because there's an amplitude and a spectral index for a power law model of the intrinsic red noise. I say at least because this is like the vanilla search. You could have a more sophisticated search for red noise or achromatic noise if you wanted. Chromatic terms, at least 2 times the number of pulsars if you're doing a Gaussian process modeling of the dispersion measure variations. In nanograv, we don't use, by default, Gaussian process dispersion measure variations. We use DMX, which is an epoch by epoch offset in the dispersion measure. So really that doesn't add another parameter that we have to search over in MCMC. We tuck those DMX parameters into our timing model. So that gets dealt with when we do our analytic marginalization over our timing model. But if you were doing things properly in an advanced noise model search, and certainly in IPTA DR3, that would be at least an additional 2 times the number of pulsars for the amplitude and spectral index of a power law model of dispersion measure variations. And then you add on all of the other bells and whistles of chromatic noise, you know, transient effects, non-dispersive effects. You've got many more than 2n pulsars. Go ahead, Kyle.
Is there a reason why we don't look for like dispersion at measure Gaussian processes?
In nanograph? Historical inertia, I think. DMX was invented by folks in nanograph. I think it might have been invented by Paul Demarest. And it's been a successful model. There are some benefits in that, like I said, we can tuck those parameters into our timing model, and then we don't have to search over dispersion measure variations explicitly when we do MCMC. But shifting to Gaussian process description of chromatic noise allows us to have more control over how we model that and exposes those effects more to our advanced noise model selection. So there are benefits to it. Okay, that's just noise. Let's add in the background. That's at least 2 parameters in a power law model. But if you change up the flexibility of the model, if there's a turnover in it to model astrophysics, or you try to actually dig into all of those different factors we saw this morning that are in holodeck, this becomes more than 2. Maybe of order 10 or so. And then the continuous wave parameters are the real killer, because that's 8 of the Earth term parameters and then 2 times the number of pulsars, where each of these is pulsar distance and pulsar term phase. Okay, this doesn't require a lot of effort, but let's just do the addition. That's 10 plus 6 times the number of pulsars. People are really excited about IPTA DR3, rightly so. That'll be about 120 pulsars. That's 730 dimensions. Okay? So have fun with that. So it really just, I think, I didn't, when I added this up last night, I was kind of surprised. I mean, I just hadn't done the sum, I suppose. But when you do that, you realize we've got a lot of work to do to make sure that these searches go efficiently. Since the next big milestone in this field is searching for individual sources, it's a big problem. And that's just one binary. Imagine if we wanted to do some search over multiple binaries and do model selection that chooses the number of binaries. Yes.
We'll also add, sometimes we also vary white noise.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's just like an entire time to get to.
Yeah, that's a very good point. For those online, William mentioned that sometimes we vary the white noise, and the number of white noise parameters that we search over in single pulsar analyses is equal to the number of unique combinations of pulsar timing backends and receivers. And I think in an IPTA data set for 1713, pulsar J1713, I don't know, it's like 20 or something. 50? Okay, there you go. 50. So yeah, we have a lot of work ahead of us, and it emphasizes why we need to invest in faster, more flexible algorithms and really, really efficient numerical sampling techniques. Nima, go ahead.
Do we need all of the pulsars for a real data set to make the search meaningful?
That's a great question. Do we need all of the pulsars to make this search meaningful? Maybe not. If we were doing targeted searches for individual sources, then realistically speaking, it's the pulsars that are closest to that source that matter the most. So maybe if there were some mediocre pulsars that were very, very far away, you could get rid of those. It's a good idea.
If we have pulsars that have 5 years of data, there's nothing in them except white noise. We don't have to include them.
Well,
we don't want to
yeah,
data.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you could argue that if we're looking for a continuous wave signal below 10 nanohertz, then it doesn't make sense to search in pulsars that have 3 years of timing or less, because 3 years is about 10 nanohertz. Yeah, it's a reasonable point. Did Nikita, do you have a question?
Yeah.
So if we don't know or any information about the orbital frequency of a source, is there any possible way to get some information on the chirp mass or is?
In a targeted search. So if we had a targeted search for a binary, then we can get some information on the total mass because we would, you have these scaling relationships between the mass of the stellar bulge or the velocity dispersion in the stellar bulge and the total mass of the compact object at the center. So that would at least give you the total mass if you wanted to target that system. Problem is, what's the mass ratio? There's no information on the mass ratio. So you would have to introduce some kind of probability distribution on the mass ratio that's taken from theory, from a pop synth or something. And you would have to introduce that as some kind of, it would be like a probabilistic constraint on the chirp mass. So maybe you could introduce a prior like that. Yeah. Okay.
William stated that some advanced white noise models include the white noise to vary. I was wondering like what context the white noise to vary for each individual song.
Right. So when William mentioned the white noise being allowed to vary, that's not a statement about the white noise changing as a function of time. So it's not a statement about non-stationarity of the noise. It's more that we measure the EFACs and EQuads and EQuars, all of those things in single pulsar analyses, but they're measured with some uncertainty, right? So usually we just fix them at what we find in single pulsar analyses, either the maximum likelihood point or the mean of their respective posteriors. But you could let those parameters just be variable inside a global PTA search as well, and that would just explode the dimension of the problem. The good thing is, though, I think those parameters are not varying much with the gravitational wave sector of the problem. So you can imagine splitting the whole thing up, very much like a Gibbs analysis, into things that vary together and things that don't vary together. So like you would vary white noise, and then you would vary red noise. And when you vary the red noise, maybe you vary the gravitational wave background as well. And then you vary deterministic signals. So you could cycle it through like that, but it would still be a very, very expensive search. Any other questions? Sophie.
Is there any way to like condense or reduce the number of parameters, or is it like you have to kind of find all of the details?
Maybe we could use something like the autoencoder technique that Rogero told us about earlier. Yeah, I don't know if we can condense the information. You can ignore some of the information. You can approximate that the pulsar term is not affecting your ability to find the binary much, and you can maybe just ignore them for a quick pass through the data. Do an Earth term search. We studied that in a paper last year, and it actually gives reasonable constraints for Earth term for targeted searches. So for targeted searches, you have some information about, the sky location, the redshift to the source, so the distance. Maybe you have some constraints on the orbital frequency, maybe even maybe you have some constraints on the orbital inclination angle, because perhaps the candidate you're looking at looks weird and has those tilted jets. And you could argue that the tilted jets maybe give you some information about the plane of the binary system. So maybe you could constrain the orbital inclination angle. If you do all of that, that could at least tightly constrain your parameter space, and you could try ignoring the pulsar term to begin with. A lot of this would probably involve quick cut analyses of the data before we would think about launching really expensive, almost 1,000-dimensional analyses. But I think the gravitational wave background analysis in IPTA DR3 doesn't scare me, but this number, that's at a scale we haven't done before, at least in traditional types of sampling. So it seems like a fun problem, and it's something we'll have to address in the next 2 years or so. Problem.
So this is all for a single continuous wave. So if there were, say, two continuous waves, we'd be able to single those two signals. Or those are there like extra stuff that we have to.
So there's been very little work on trying to find multiple single sources with PTA data analysis. In fact, I think the only paper I can really think of is by Bense Beshi and Neil Cornish, and it was in 2020 or 2021. It's called Bayes Hopper, and it's a reversible jump Markov chain Monte Carlo where you adaptively choose how many sources, how many signals are favored by your data. Actually, scaling to more binaries is not as terrible as it may seem, because if you add another binary, you add 8 more binary parameters, but you're not adding different pulsar distances. Pulsar distances are still physically the same, and so once you search over one single source, in principle, it shouldn't be terrible to search over 2 or 3 single sources, because you're just adding pulsar distance parameters. You don't have to add new pulsar distance parameters. You might have to add new pulsar term phase parameters, because they are just a separate thing that we find it easy to introduce. If we could go back to actually just modeling things with an additional pulsar distance parameter, then it would be much simpler. So if we could do that, I think scaling to do multiple single source searches would be a lot easier once we get to IPTA level data sets. Any more questions or questions online? Okay, I want to leave with one. Oh, there's one in the chat? Okay, Tyler, how long would a search of that size take currently without any improvements in efficiency? 730 parameters.
Couple weeks, couple months.
Yeah.
730 days.
730 days. Okay, so that your answer is
The graph data set, it has about 200 something parameters,
Yeah.
that takes 5 days.
okay. Yeah. I would still run this for at least a month to feel confident, though. So it's something that we'll need to scale to. I want to leave you with, how does this get incorporated into our likelihood? Pauline is going to demonstrate how we do this, but in terms of the theory, it's actually really, really simple. So remember, in all of signal processing, the data is composed of signal plus noise. One person's signal is another person's noise, and vice versa. For the purpose of this, I'm going to say the signal is the individual gravitational wave signal, and the noise is everything else, including the gravitational wave background. Because when you're searching for a single binary source, the gravitational wave background is your enemy now. It's the thing you're trying to fight against, and that's your noise source as well. So let's write down a likelihood for this. The likelihood, probability of the data given the parameters, and we'll call this a Gaussian distribution. So a general Gaussian distribution with some covariance matrix goes like this. Delta T here are your timing residuals, and C is the covariance matrix of all of the random processes in the data. So C is the covariance of intrinsic red noise. It's a diagonal matrix of white noise. It's the covariance matrix of the gravitational wave background as well. So you've already modeled this. You've already worked with this yesterday. What is the additional modification you need to search for an individual binary? The only place that that modification happens is in here. So instead of having delta t as the timing residuals that you pipe in and do this linear algebra here, you just modify this to use something like delta t tilde delta t minus your signal model. Okay, because your goal here is to essentially take your timing residuals and subtract off everything that is deterministic, so that the statistics of the stuff you have left over correspond to the variance of your matrix there. So your goal is to effectively remove everything that's not noise, so that the stuff that's left over is noise, and then you get a good match between your timing residuals and your covariance matrix. So what you do is you just subtract off from the residuals your model of the gravitational wave the gravitational wave signal from an individual binary. So this is your model of the individual binary with all of the parameters in there. And so it's actually a pretty easy modification. If you know how to build a PTA likelihood, if you know how to do a gravitational wave background search, then extending that knowledge to do an individual source search is actually not that hard. The hard bit comes in making it more efficient. A lot of work has been done for you, though, with Quick CW, which cycles through different groups of parameters that are easy and very, very fast to evaluate, and then slower parameters that take more time to evaluate. So that's all it is. You're just taking your model of data equals signal plus noise, and you're just subtracting off stuff from your data so that you're only left with noise. And what you're doing in your MCMC analysis is optimizing this subtraction by changing the parameters so that what you have left over is a better match to just a noise description. That's it. Any last questions before we take a break? Yeah, Mercedes.
So I know one of the strengths of like the detection style is it would actually allow you to show the proper distance between the Earth and the Sun. Where in distribution does that kind of pop out? Because right now we're talking about the luminosity distance.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So that for online, one strength of being able to search for an individual binary is that you could also improve your knowledge of the distance to the pulsars. And that would appear up here whenever we model the pulsar term, and we use the pulsar distance to track back to the pulsar term frequency and put this into our equations so that we can model things. It's dependent on the pulsar distance, and the pulsar distance is being searched over. So we put a prior on it corresponding to its current best observational constraints, either from parallax or DM measurements. But it is a thing that is just being measured in our gravitational wave search. So if we had a really, really good measurement of our individual binary, and it was a really whopping signal, high signal to noise, then even though we've got a prior on this, that is a sort of restriction, in principle, the signal would help reduce the width of that posterior distribution. So we'd improve our knowledge on the pulsar distances. We'd improve upon our prior knowledge through doing the gravitational wave search. But it would need a strong signal. So it is something that it's part of our search, so it is something we constrain.
You could do kind of an iterative search, right, where you're improving each other. Like you kind of make a first pass, find a general region, go back, fine tune the distance to the pulsar, run this continuous wave search again, and just keep iterating, and hopefully you're like slowly pinning down.
With more data, yeah. Yeah, so if what you mean by iterative is that as you accumulate more data, you keep going back and you keep refining your knowledge of the pulsar distance. That's fine, yeah. But if you have a fixed quantity of data and you get an initial pass and you get a constraint on the pulsar distance from that gravitational wave search, then you can't keep going back to the original data set and like put in a new tighter prior on things. The reason why is because you can't double count the amount of information you actually have. You've only got one data set. So you can't do repeated analyses where you put ever tighter constraints on your parameters, because that is double counting. So yes, what you said is absolutely the correct approach, and what we'd want to do by accumulating more data sets, more data. We keep doing our continuous wave searches. We get better and better constraints on the pulsar distances, and that helps us overall. But we never kind of go back and recount or count more information than we have. All right. That's what I've got for you on the theory. The practice will be, let's say 15 minutes or so. And that'll be done by Paulina. So thanks so much. Let's take a break. Okay, hopefully you've all taken a nice break and are ready to come back and finish off the day with how you actually put the ideas of today into practice in a search for individual supermassive black hole binaries using quick CW. And to relay that expertise is Polina Petrov, who's a graduate student here at Vanderbilt. Polina, thanks so much for doing this, and take it away whenever you're ready.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, so as Steve said, I'm a fourth year PhD student at Vandy. I'm doing a lot in terms of quick CW searches and CW searches in general. But kind of more broadly, I'm interested in multi-messenger searches with supermassive black hole binaries. So kind of along those lines, we'll do one tutorial today and then one tomorrow. The one today will focus a lot more on just getting comfortable with kind of what the continuous wave signal looks like, how it can change based on a number of different factors. Working with some simulated data sets to kind of try some both frequentist and Bayesian searches, and then kind of start dipping our toes into kind of the beginnings of the multi-messenger tutorial that we'll dive more deeply into tomorrow. So the plan for the tutorial is I'm really just going to have everybody walk through it together, and there will be kind of a few pieces here and there where I'll give you some time to explore, trying different things, doing a little bit of knob turning and that kind of thing. Or some like fill in the blank pieces. So we'll take some time to do those. And I'll really encourage you also to kind of maybe try some things on your own first and then kind of compare with those around you, see what you find. See if you have, any similarities in your results or differences, and then we can kind of come together as a group and rehash. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And while I'm doing that, I just want to make sure that everybody was able to install the quick CW software, and everybody has this notebook downloaded from the repo. I can't really see you guys, so if anybody wants to call out and say.
Anybody have a problem with installation or anything like that?
Okay, I think everyone here is good, so you can continue on, Colleen.
Okay, great. So yeah, just to kind of start off, I have like some text sprinkled throughout this notebook. And let me kind of make it bigger here. There we go. So I won't kind of read through everything, but hopefully I'll just kind of say everything that's already in here. And Steve already did a great job of kind of introducing a lot of these concepts, so it won't be super fresh, but if you ever want to refer back to it, there's some information here if you need it. So after kind of getting quick CW set up, the first thing we want to do is just import some useful things. And then we're going to set the output directory to be the same as this notebook. I do have a note here that says to feel free to change this if you like, but I realized like a few hours ago that if you change it, it actually might mess up some things later on in the tutorial. So just try to leave it the same as this notebook and things should be okay. But so the first thing we're going to do is look at a really simple simulated data set. So this simulated data set is going to consist of just 3 pulsars. They're kind of randomized in the sky, and they're timed over a time span of 10 years. And so they're randomized in a few different ways. They have kind of randomized spin periods and pulse frequencies, distances, that kind of thing. But they're all placed at a distance of 1 kiloparsec. And 1 kiloparsec is kind of the general assumption that we tend to use if we don't already have a good distance measurement for a given pulsar. So that's also what the default is within Enterprise. If there's no distance provided for a given pulsar, it just assumes 1 kiloparsec distance with an uncertainty of plus or minus 20%. So I have the kind of a summary of the 8 continuous wave parameters listed here. Of course, as Steve mentioned, there's 2n more parameters for the continuous wave signal itself, if you're including the pulsar term, but we'll get to that a little bit later. So just to kind of summarize here, we've got the position on the sky, theta and phi, those are related to the RA and DEC. And then the luminosity distance of the source, as well as the gravitational wave frequency, the chirp mass, the inclination angle of the binary, the gravitational wave polarization angle, and then the orbital phase at some reference time. So I have listed here as well the general kind of ranges where these parameters fall. These ranges are what we typically use in a continuous wave search, but if you are ever interested in kind of, creating your own simulated data set, or later on, whenever we play around with changing some parameters in what the signal looks like, you can refer back to this to kind of give you a sense of what range of parameter values you can pick from. So for this simulated data set, like I mentioned, there's 3 simulated pulsars, and we have some mildly correlated white noise injected in there, as well as a continuous wave source. And this source I've placed at the approximate location and distance of the Virgo cluster of galaxies. So I have that location and distance listed here, but in the cell below it, I just have all the parameters there for the injected continuous wave source. So go ahead and run that cell just to store all of those parameters, which we'll need later on. And then the next cell is going to be the actual enterprise pulsar objects that make up our simulated data set. So go ahead and run that as well to read in the data set. Okay, so to start off, before we even kind of take a look at what the simulated data set looks like, I just want to make sure we get some familiarity with what or how the pulsar timing array is going to respond to the continuous wave signal. So in the next few cells, we're just going to plot the antenna response pattern. And so this response pattern, Steve kind of went through a little bit before this, but it's going to show how strongly a pulsar is going to respond to a continuous wave in a given sky position. So this will be your plus and cross polarizations, and then we'll see kind of the angular distance as well between your gravitational wave source and the pulsar. So go ahead and run the next few cells as well. I'm working in kind of the solution notebook. So for any kind of fill in the blank spots that we come across, or any kind of exploration parts as well, if you don't really know what to do, or if you need a hint, feel free to refer to this notebook, which should be in the repo as well. But if we run this, I already have it up, but just to kind of rerun, make sure everything works okay, we get something that looks like this. So we can see the 3 pulsars in the data set. They're kind of spread across the sky. The red diamond is showing where the continuous wave source was injected. And then that 2D histogram across the sky is showing us the antenna response pattern. So kind of remember here, I don't know if it's already been kind of talked about, but the response is going to be informational, whether it's positive or negative. So any of those like whitest or blackest parts that you see on the sky are informative in terms of how the given pulsars are going to respond to the continuous wave source. But anything that's like more in that grayish area right in the middle, that's going to have a response of 0. And so the pulsars won't really have that big of a signal in their residuals there. So based on the relative pulsar positions and the antenna response patterns that you see, I just want you to kind of take a second, think about, maybe discuss with whoever's near you. We'll just take like a minute or so. Do you have a sense of which pulsars you think would be most or least responsive to this gravitational wave signal represented by the red diamond? If you could maybe even come up with like a general ranking of, least to most responsive to the gravitational wave signal, you can try doing that as well. But yeah, just take a minute, think about it, and then we'll move on.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What's cosine mu?
So cosine mu is going to be the angle between mu is the angle between your wave signal and the pulsar. So basically the gravitational wave signal is that red diamond, and then the sky is just kind of colored by how far the pulsar is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good question. I meant to cover that and then forgot. All right. So once you kind of have like a little prediction in your head, let's go ahead and run the next cell. My notebook is being a little slow here. All right. So you should see some residuals that look like this. And if you refer back to those maps that we just plotted, you can kind of get a sense of whether you were right in your predictions or not. So for example, this orange residual for this pulsar corresponds to the orange star in the sky map above. And that one was particularly close to the gravitational wave signal. So it's, going to have a much larger response. It's sitting in kind of these areas of positive and negative responses. And so naturally we see a larger response in the residual. And then if you wanted to come up with like a ranking, for example, I'd say this green residual corresponding to this green pulsar. Oh no, I lost it. There it is. Maybe that's kind of ranking second in terms of how much it responds. It still has some response here, but then this blue pulsar kind of just lies in these, regions of zero response. And so it doesn't see the gravitational wave signal quite as much as the other two pulsars. And so just to give you a sense of, how this changes based on where your gravitational wave signal lies in the sky, we're going to read in another data set. This data set is going to have the same exact three pulsars and just move the gravitational wave signal to a different part of the sky. So go ahead and run the next two cells. All right, so you should see something that looks like this. And so just to kind of go over these couple questions I have down here, I just kind of wanted you to think about, how did those waveforms change when the source of the gravitational wave or the gravitational wave source location changed? You can see that the relative sensitivities of the pulsars changed. So whereas before this blue pulsar was kind of far from, the source, it lied in a region of kind of zero response. So it had, a residual that didn't really see the gravitational wave signal very well. Whereas in this case, it's very clearly responding to the gravitational wave signal, whereas these other two pulsars don't see it quite as much. They lie in, these areas where the response is zero or near zero. So with that, now we have kind of, this, we're starting to build a little bit of an intuition for how the PTA is going to react to a continuous wave signal. But let's actually investigate the continuous wave signal itself. So you might have noticed already that these residuals, they don't really look very sinusoidal, despite what you might, think, they're called continuous wave signals. They're basically a sine wave, but within these residuals, aside from the little noise fluctuations, we still see that there's some kind of, shape here that doesn't really look sinusoidal entirely. So, you know, we've already covered this just a little bit with Steve's lecture, but based on kind of, I'm going to show you a little bit of math here, but just to kind of cut to the chase, the shape of the residual that you know, doesn't look entirely sinusoidal is due to the fact that we have these two components of the continuous wave signal, one of them being the Earth term and one being the pulsar term. And so they add together. And because we have these two components, you know, sometimes they might be at different frequencies and different phases, and so you won't get an entirely sinusoidal signal. I'm going to kind of walk through here, kind of skip through this a little bit since we talked about it in the last session. But let's just go ahead and kind of see this in practice. So what we're going to do next is decompose the continuous wave signal into these two terms, the pulsar term and the Earth term. So the pulsar term being, you know, kind of that jiggle that the pulsars experience when the gravitational wave comes by, versus the Earth term being, you know, the jiggle that the Earth term sees, or the Earth sees. So what we need to do this is to use enterprise extensions. We're going to use the CW delay function. So go ahead and run those next two cells, and then you should get something that looks a little bit like this. So really what we're doing up in this cell here, if it will let me show you. So we're just plotting the Earth term signal by itself. And then we find the full signal. So we have this little switch here that says pulsar term equals true. That just kind of turns on the pulsar term and gives us Earth plus pulsar term. And there's no option within enterprise or enterprise extensions to just get the pulsar term of the signal. So what we need to do is just subtract the total signal minus the Earth term signal to get the pulsar term signal. And then when we plot all three of these together, we have the Earth term in this black dashed line, and then the pulsar term signal in the gray dashed line. So this is for all three pulsars in the array. And you can see how this kind of varies across all three pulsars. In a lot of cases, you might see constructive interference between the two terms. So you just get a really loud signal for this pulsar, for example. And then in others, you might see, you know, occasionally constructive interference and then sometimes destructive interference. And so that's why you don't get an entirely sinusoidal signal. Another thing that could really affect the shape of your continuous wave signal is the pulsar distance. So the typical kind of wavelength of our gravitational waves is around 1 parsec, but our uncertainties on the pulsar distances are really not very precise. So they're typically around, you know, for one pulsar that, you know, we don't have great distance measurements for, we don't have any measurements for, we assume that plus or minus 20% uncertainty. So that is 200 megaparsecs uncertainty versus a gravitational wavelength of around 1 parsec. So kind of tuning that and finding more precise pulsar distances would really help us to, you know, constrain the gravitational wave signal. And it also just really changes the shape of the signal that we see as well. So in this next block, we're just going to take pulsar distances from a random, from a normal distribution. And so we're gonna draw 10 values here for each of our 3 pulsars, and then also plot that with the actual distance of the pulsar, that 1 kiloparsec distance, just to see how much that continuous wave signal can change based on your distance measurement. So go ahead and run that. All right, and so then we should see something like this. So that dark line in each case is the gravitational wave signal that we injected. But then those lighter ones are, you know, these different signals that we might get based on different pulsar distances. And so this also really kind of highlights the importance of knowing the pulsar distances pretty precisely, because the shape can change pretty drastically. So just to kind of explore this a little bit more, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to just go ahead. You can copy and paste this cell here in the next cell and try some different pulsar distances. You can try, you know, grabbing or drawing more, you know, values from this distribution. You can try some specific values of the distance if you like, and just explore how the shape of the continuous wave signal will change. So let's just take about like, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes to explore that a little bit, compare with the people around you if you like, and then we'll come back.
Hello, I have a question.
Yeah.
In the CW delay arguments, you have P dist and you have P underscore dist. Do you know what the difference is?
Yeah, I'll be honest, these two parameters really kind of confuse me, but the way that I think I understand them is that PDIST without the underscore is the actual pulsar distance and uncertainty. And then P underscore dist is a parameter that's used to kind of set your reference, I think. So with the default being 0, I think it kind of just sets your reference to be the pulsar distance that's the no underscore parameter. But if you were to set that to like 1 or so, I believe it kind of subtracts some value times 1 or something like that to kind of set like the distance reference that you're sampling over. It's honestly really confusing, and I still don't really understand it myself. And it actually kind of, I think, derailed my work a little bit for some time because I didn't have it set correctly. So it is a really finicky thing, but yeah, that's kind of the way I understand it. If I can try to find a better explanation, or if anybody else knows, feel free to chime in. But that's my understanding.
Thanks.
All right. Let's kind of reconvene here. Did anybody find anything, you know, particularly interesting, or try any values that they, you know, saw anything particularly interesting happen with? If not, that's okay. We can just move on. But I just wanted to, you know, give an opportunity for people to share if they saw anything cool. All right. I'm going to take that as a no. So the next thing I have is another kind of, exploration thing. But first, I just kind of want to rehash again, why the pulsar term is so important. Um, Steve kind of talked about how, the pulsar term really helps us to better constrain the continuous wave source properties. So if we don't have any prior knowledge about our continuous wave source, we really can only recover the strain amplitude. And so people will just, sample over the strain amplitude and get information about that. But there's no way to really find any information here about, the chirp mass and the distance. You can't really untangle those things. So with the strain being a combination of these parameters, our way to disentangle them is to include the pulsar term in our search. So those pulsar terms kind of provide us with these snapshots of what the orbital dynamics were thousands of years ago at the pulsars, whenever the gravitational wave passed the pulsars, versus this snapshot at the Earth when the gravitational wave arrives at Earth. So having that difference in evolution gives us information about the frequencies that the pulsars saw versus the frequency that the Earth saw. So having that difference in frequency allows us to constrain the chirp mass. So I will mention, of course, this doesn't allow us to constrain everything. So typically, whenever you do a continuous wave search, you only search over, you'll have the frequency and the chirp mass, and then you'll choose to search over either the strain or the distance, but not both of them since they're still degenerate. I can show another quick, actually, I think I'll hold off on that until we do the next cell. But so keeping that in mind, let's just do a little bit more exploration about the continuous wave signal. So I just want you to go ahead and use that continuous wave delay function up here, copy and paste it, change some parameters like, the frequency, the chirp mass, the strain, whatever you really want to explore, and see how that affects the continuous wave signal that you see. Does it, make the signal look louder? Does the evolution change? That kind of thing. Is there kind of a bigger difference between the Earth term and the pulsar term frequencies? So you can go back to this example and then plot both the Earth term and the pulsar term signals, and then see kind of how turning the knobs on some of these parameters will change the relative pulsar term and Earth term signals, as well as the full signal. So yeah, just take some time. I think I'll take a little bit longer here, maybe 10 minutes or so, maybe less. But yeah, just try out some different things. Feel free to work with other people if you like, to kind of get a sense of what really produces a louder signal or a weaker signal and that sort of thing, and then we'll kind of come back and rehash again. I have this hidden cell here with some hints that just kind of has another equation that I think Steve already covered, so maybe you already have a better intuition about this kind of thing. But yeah, let's take about 10 minutes here, and feel free to just go wild. All right, it's been a little less than 10 minutes, but I just want to check in real quick, see how everyone's doing. Anybody find anything particularly interesting or, any parameters that really kind of drastically change the shape of the signal? All right, seems like not. Maybe, do we need a little bit more time to kind of explore this, or we feel like we ready to move on?
Wait, I just have a quick question.
Sure.
Does the Earth term, like sinusoid, stay the same no matter what parameters you change, or should that change as well as the pulsar term?
That is a great question. I believe it depends on the parameter, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to say probably since we need the pulsar term to get some information about the chirp mass and stuff, I don't think it should really change with that, but that will also kind of affect how loud the signal is. So I think maybe you might see some changes in amplitude, if anything, but maybe not.
Okay, yeah. When I was adjusting like the masses and the frequency, whenever my pulsar term had like a really long wavelength and it like the Earth term didn't, then it like created a lot of that weird interference stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what I noticed.
Yeah, I think that totally makes sense. Yeah. They can really kind of interfere in a lot of different ways, kind of unexpectedly, but yeah, it kind of just depends on how you turn the knobs and which parameters you're changing. So
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
yeah. Anybody else have any questions? I think it's a good time to also just stop, reflect, think about what we've gone over so far. All right. If not, I'm just gonna go ahead and move on. So to kind of go over a few of these things, like I might have just mentioned, the strength of the signal is really going to change based on some of these parameters that are in this equation here. So if you have a larger chirp mass, you'll see a much stronger signal. Same thing with the frequency, although the chirp mass is going to, play a bigger role in how much or how strong the signal is, since we have this 5/3 dependency, whereas the frequency has a 2/3 dependency. If we also bring the source closer to us, that will also create a larger signal, a louder signal. So those parameters come into play here. If we're interested in seeing kind of how big of a difference there is between the pulsar term and the Earth term, I believe Steve had this equation up earlier, but this kind of defines how the orbital frequency evolves. So if we have, a faster evolution of our binary, that can arise with a larger chirp mass. So larger chirp mass, the binary is going to kind of lose energy more efficiently and then kind of in spiral quicker. And so that'll make a really drastic difference between your pulsar term and your Earth term frequencies. Same thing with the orbital frequency as well, actually. And this actually has a larger dependence here than the chirp mass. If you have a larger orbital frequency, or conversely a smaller separation between your black holes, then that is also really going to speed up the evolution, and that will create a bigger difference between the pulsar term and the Earth term frequencies. So you might have seen that kind of playing around with some of the parameters. And Steve mentioned a plot that I have here. So to kind of break this down, this red dashed line is an Earth term frequency. So this is at 20 nanohertz. And what this is showing here is for a given signal strength, if you increase the chirp mass, then the distribution of pulsar terms, which is shown by all of these curves, is going to separate further and further away from your Earth term frequency. So for a chirp mass of 10 to the 9, for example, in yellow here, you can see that this distribution of pulsar terms, and we have a distribution because the pulsar term for each pulsar is going to be different, since it kind of depends on the distance to the pulsar and also how far it is from your source. So the distribution of pulsar terms is pretty close to the injected Earth term frequency. But as we kind of bump up the mass of the system, the chirp mass, that distribution is, really, really different from the, Earth term frequency. So the pulsar term frequencies are pretty different from the Earth term frequency. And that's, again, due to this equation that we have here, which shows that a larger chirp mass is going to evolve the binary a lot faster. And that will mean that your pulsar term frequency is a lot lower compared to your Earth term frequency. Let me just stop here again real quick before we dive into the next section and see if anybody has any questions. All right. Let's move on to some analyses then. The first thing we're going to do is go through a couple frequentist analyses. They don't take a whole lot of time, so hopefully we can kind of breeze through them real fast here. But there's two different types of analyses that we can do for continuous wave searches. One of them being the FE statistic, so E standing for Earth term, and the FP statistic, P standing for pulsar term. So these are both kind of like maximum likelihood estimators. They take the continuous wave signal and then they will return a maximum likelihood estimate of some of the parameters. So for the FE statistic, for example, this is an estimator just of the sky location of the binary and the gravitational wave frequency and none of the other parameters. And this model includes only the Earth term component. So it doesn't kind of include the full signal, but we can kind of map it over different frequencies and sky locations, or we can also use this as a likelihood in an MCMC analysis and find the best fit values of those three parameters that way. The other statistic, the FP statistic, is just going to give us a maximum likelihood estimate of the frequency. And so it's similar to the FE statistic, but it actually does account for the pulsar term as well. But it kind of assumes that the pulsar term and the Earth term are similar enough that there's not really much evolution between the two. So sometimes it's a good approximation and sometimes it's not so much. And then we can map this statistic, just, scan it over a number of different frequencies and see where the FP statistic is the highest. So let's start with that one first, since it involves just one parameter. The first thing we're going to do is set up our signal model with Enterprise. So go ahead and run these next few cells. This cell here, we're going to have a little bit of white noise, and then the timing model. And then the final piece of our signal model is going to be the continuous wave signal. So this continuous wave signal is going to assume that the wave is monochromatic so that it doesn't evolve over the time span of our data set, which is generally a good approximation. It's going to turn the pulsar term on, and then we're going to set off evolution within the time span of our data set. And then one other small piece here is that we're using a reference time, which I think we already set earlier. But this is just kind of, should be kind of a realistic kind of reference time. I think the default in Enterprise extensions is a reference time of 0 or an MJD of 0, which doesn't really make much sense. So we've said it earlier, but it's going to be the last observation date of our data set. So then kind of defining the full signal model here, let's run that cell. So this kind of creates our full signal model. And then we create an Enterprise PTA object for, we apply the model to each of our pulsars and then create the PTA object. And then we're ready to go ahead and start with the FP search. So like I said, this one you can just do a really quick kind of scan over a range of frequencies. So we're going to do 1 to 100 nanohertz, since that's roughly the observing range of PTAs, and calculate the FP statistic for all of those frequencies, and then see where the FP statistic is highest, and then hopefully that should correspond to the correct frequency. So go ahead and run these next few cells. This is going to be our FP stat object that we instantiate. It takes the Enterprise pulsars, a noise dictionary if we had one, but we don't in this case. It turns on the pulsar term, and then really the only other main thing is this PTA object. So go ahead and run that. And then one other kind of subtle note here is that we typically search over the frequencies in log space. So we're going to set a range of frequencies from kind of -9, a log frequency of -9 to -7. And we're going to search over 500 frequencies, and hopefully that should be enough to find the correct frequency. And then this here is just going to compute the FP statistic for each of those frequencies. Oh, I just deleted that. All right, so go ahead and run that. Really shouldn't take a whole lot of time. If you start kind of bumping up this number, it might take longer, but it seems like it does okay for 500. And then here we're going to go ahead and plot the FP statistic as a function of the frequency. And you can see pretty clearly right away that it finds a distinct peak at a frequency of a log frequency of -8.01. And the correct one is pretty close to the recovered value, so that's pretty great. So we've kind of answered those questions there, I just realized. But yeah, so that's really all the FP statistic takes. I believe, this is a really simple data set, so it shouldn't really have to work too hard to find the right frequency, but this might change a lot depending on the characteristics of your PTA. So I think there's been some issues with pulsar timing array data sets that have a gravitational wave background as well as a continuous wave. It doesn't really pick up the right frequency. There's been some issues, I think, so that's kind of in development. But since we're working with a really simplistic data set, it's really no surprise that it kind of picks up the frequency pretty well. All right, so that's the FP search. And then the FE search, this time we're going to deal with 3 parameters. So it's that gravitational wave frequency as well as the sky location, which adds 2 more parameters. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but we can do this search in a couple different ways. So we can do a grid search again. So just pick, 500 values of the frequency and the sky location parameters, but then that will probably be pretty time consuming to search over all different combinations of those parameters. So another way that we can do this is just to use the FE statistic as our likelihood in an MCMC analysis. That's kind of the option that we're going for here. Another thing that I like to do that I think makes it easier is we've just found the frequency with the FP search. So let's just use that frequency that we found in the FP search and not even worry about searching over the frequency in the FE search and just look for the sky location. So we're going to use the FE stat object. This exists in enterprise extensions as well, but there are a couple differences, I think, in the model setup that, since we're dealing with a really simplistic data set, we don't really need it to be as fancy as what's in the FE stat object. So I've made kind of a slightly modified version of this object in this CW utils file. So we're going to use that instead. And then we're going to use PTMCMC sampler. Again, you just set up your FE object. And then we need to set up our prior and likelihood functions. So our prior is going to be the whole sky. This is an all sky search. We don't have any prior information about where this signal could be. And then another subtle note that I have here is that we have the theta and phi sky location parameters, but in practice, we search over cosine theta and phi, and that's because we want to evenly sample over the whole sky. Otherwise, if we sample over theta and phi, our points are going to be clustered at the poles, and they're not going to be kind of evenly distributed. So that's why we use cosine theta and phi, and then we can go ahead and run this cell here to set up our likelihood and prior. All right, and then we're going to run this cell below to do the sampling. I think it should take about 3 minutes for the 25,000 iterations that I have set as a default here. If you ever want to go back and try to add more samples to see how well you can do with this analysis, just kind of keep that in mind in terms of scaling how much time you want to run this and how many iterations you want to go through. But let's go ahead and run this. And then I'll stop here while we wait for this to run and see if anybody has any questions up to this point. Has anybody run into any kind of issues with the sampling so far, or does everything look okay? If you want to just put a thumbs up in the air. Okay, looks like everything's all right.
Karina,
Yeah.
the sampler finished, but it doesn't look, the chains look good, but the results don't.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. So yeah, if your run finishes, go ahead and go on to the next few cells where you're visualizing the results. You can read in the chain and see what the results look like. I guess some of your computers might be faster than mine, but we're almost there. All right, my run's complete. I don't know about yours, but let's go ahead and see what this looks like. We're gonna read in the chain and then look at the trace plots, the histograms, and the corner plots. So as Levi mentioned, the results don't look that great. I think this could be due to a number of different reasons. One of them being maybe we don't have enough samples. I mean, these trace plots don't look that bad. They look like they're pretty well sampled, but who knows, maybe we need to run it for longer to actually let it burn in. I only have, 2,000 samples here, so that maybe that's not enough and we need to just let it run for longer. If you have some free time later, towards the end of this week or next week, and you're interested to kind of see if you can tweak this in any way to see if you can get better results, feel free to run it for longer. But yeah, I think there's a number of reasons why this might not be looking so well. So this is kind of giving us a sense of an uncertainty region on the sky, and this looks pretty poor. I think it's interesting that it kind of, I don't know, maybe is peaking here a little bit, at least in the 5 parameter, but who knows. We are only dealing with 3 pulsars, and not all 3 of them are super close to the source. So maybe that could be, a reason why this search doesn't really turn up amazing results. Yeah, I don't know. The pulsar timing array properties, this simulated array also might not just be super sensitive enough. They're all placed at a distance of 1 kiloparsec. So, and those distances aren't very well measured. So that could be something else that's coming into play. There's really a lot of factors that are involved when it comes to continuous wave sources, and really how sensitive you can be to them based on your PTA properties and all of that kind of fun stuff. So if you did not recover the sky location, that is totally fine. I didn't expect you to. But let's at least move on to a different option. And that option is going to be a Bayesian analysis with QuickCW. So QuickCW is this new-ish, I think it's a few years old at this point, MCMC sampler that's built on top of Enterprise. And it uses Enterprise to construct the model in the priors like we did earlier, but then it uses this custom likelihood calculation that kind of separates the parameters into 2 groups. So one group being kind of really like main parameters like the chirp mass, the distance, sorry, no, not the distance, it doesn't search over that, the strain, the frequency, that kind of thing. And then this other group is more kind of shape parameters that have to do with the angles involved in this in this model. So things like the gravitational wave polarization angle, the phase of the binary, you might hear these parameters sometimes referred to as nuisance parameters because they don't really give you a lot of information about the source itself. So it has this kind of custom likelihood calculation, separating these two groups and kind of updating them separately. And it uses both the Earth term and the pulsar term in the search. So we're going to have those 8 parameters that we searched over, or sorry, not searched over, but kind of played around with earlier. And those 2 end pulsar parameters that Steve talked about, one being the pulsar distance and the other being the pulsar phase. So to get us started with this, I just have a note here that, again, since our array is really simple, there is some setup in the original QuickCW file that is not really applicable to our pulsar timing array, so it's going to break if we use it. So in this case, we're just using a modified version that has less noise parameters and is kind of simplified. So go ahead and read those things in. And let's run the next cell as well. This is a bunch of variables that are involved in setting up your QuickCW run. This is the number of iterations. There are a number of other parameters here, which I'm not as familiar with. These blocks kind of have to do with those 2 different groups of parameters. This is kind of just giving you the number of updates that it'll print out as it runs. And then down here, we have some parallel tempering parameters as well. I want to say that you may have covered this a little bit, but this is really just sending our max temperature at 3. And then the number of parallel tempering chains we have is 4. And then just kind of setting the output directory where your results are going to be saved. So with that set up, we are ready to go ahead and sample. So go ahead and run that. And while that runs, I'll talk through a few things that are in this big block of code. So first, there's a number of chain parameters to set up. So this really just takes a lot of the things that we already defined, like the parallel tempering parameters, the block, kind of status update stuff. You can set a parameter for the frequency bounds. So the prior for the frequency, this is kind of just using the standard 1 to 100 nanohertz. But if you wanted to search over, for realistic data sets, for example, sometimes we kind of focus on one range of frequencies to really get it to sample well in that range, and then do a different range and just kind of concatenate the 2. Let's see. There's a thinning parameter here as well. So this just kind of sets how many samples you're going to thin your chain. One little subtle thing is that you could set it here, but then any parameter that you have here, you could also update later if you need to. So in reality, we're thinning by 10 samples. A number of different kind of jump types. And then some other parameters that I'm more familiar with here. This is here to kind of turn on and off any red noise parameters that you want to include. So for example, you could keep the red noise parameters fixed at some certain value that you have in a noise dictionary. So that includes intrinsic red noise and the gravitational wave background. You can also just set the red noise in the background to 0, which is what we've done in this case. Our simple data set doesn't have any red noise or a background in it, so we don't need that. And whenever you read in the chain, you will notice that there are a lot of parameters in there, much more than that 8 plus 2n that we have. And that's just because the way that QuickCW kind of sets these red noise and gravitational wave background parameters to 0 or fixes them is it samples over them, but then just keeps the sample the same value based on what you provided it with. So that's just kind of a subtle thing to note. And then, yeah, this line sets a few other things. This is giving it your your enterprise pulsars, a noise dictionary if you have it, including an E-core white noise parameter if you want to. You can set the strain amplitude prior to be either a detection prior or an upper limit prior. And then the pulsar distance file in the backend selection is also kind of just like more nitpicky things if you want to include them. But we don't have anything since we're doing something really simple. And then this line actually does the main MCMC iteration, which prints out this whole block of text that you're seeing here. So each kind of printout will give you kind of the best log likelihood that it's finding, the new set of the best parameters, continuous wave parameters, and then also kind of just progress notes. We have chains 0 through 3 here for those 4 different temperatures. Since we're using parallel tempering, a number of other different parameters if you're interested in them. But let's see kind of where we're at here. All right, we're a little more than halfway through, it seems. At least on my end, maybe your run's already finished. If your runs did finish already, or once they finish, feel free to run the next few blocks. So we'll need H5Py to open it. This is stored in an HDF5 file. And then, yeah, you can read in the file. It has a number of different keys. So if you're interested in looking at the samples for those different temperatures for parallel tempering, you have the T ladder. Although I'm not sure if it default writes out all the temperature samples, maybe it doesn't. That might be something that you have to include in the setup up here. But that's that. This is the acceptance fraction if you're interested in looking at that. Other important things are like the log likelihood, the parameter names, and then the actual chain of samples. Yeah, we'll take a look at that in a second. Anybody have any questions at this point? Looks like very nearly done. All right, and we're good. And then so at the very end, it'll also tell you how long it took to run the whole function, which is kind of handy so that you know if you need to run for more samples or if you have a more sophisticated data set, you can kind of scale up and get a sense of how much time it might take you to run. But let's go ahead, visualize these results. And this actually looks a little bit better than when I ran it before, but you might notice that it didn't quite pick up the right parameters here either. So right here, I just have the main kind of 8 continuous wave parameters. I'm not including the distance and the phase parameters. And it does pretty well in sampling. It seems like the sampling is going pretty well, but it's not recovering the correct parameters for some reason. We can take a look at this in terms of the histograms. So those black lines are showing you the true injected parameters, and then we can see the histograms here for the actual samples. So yeah, it looks like it's kind of off in every case. I think this is, again, kind of like I mentioned before, there's a lot of finicky things involved here. Our data set just might not be sensitive enough. It's only 3 pulsars. it, has distances all at 1 kiloparsec with big uncertainties. Another thing is that our data set only spans 10 years. And so maybe it needs a longer data set to see more of that signal and be able to really disentangle it. So yeah, I was really kind of surprised, but also not surprised maybe that this didn't work. I tried a whole bunch of different combinations with really simple simulated data sets, but none of them really seemed to work very well. I think maybe it needs to be, I don't know, a little bit more realistic. But at least for now, let's just take a look at one more quick little diagnostic that we can do on a quick CW run. So we plotted example waveforms earlier in the notebook. So what we can do is we can look at the waveform that's created by the true injected parameters versus the waveform that we kind of get based on the parameters that we cover from the search. So we're kind of looking at, the true injected parameters and the signal that they create versus the recovered parameters and the signal that they create, and kind of seeing how similar they are. So in this next cell, let's run this. This is kind of just making a dictionary of the maximum a posteriori values for each of those parameters. So really just where the peak of all of these histograms is. And then we're going to plot that in comparison to our injected signals. So yeah, I think there's kind of some similarities between the two waveforms. But yeah, I think maybe because some of these, pulsars are just not super sensitive, they're not super close to the signal. It's also kind of not all that surprising that the waveforms differ. But yeah, it's an interesting diagnostic to look at whenever you have a data set that might work a little bit better. So given that this doesn't work super well, I'm going to provide you with an example chain that did work pretty well. So go ahead to this Google Drive link and download the chain from this link, and then put it in that QuickCW samples directory that we made just now. So I'll give you guys just a second to do that. And then once you do that, we're going to read in the example data set and then the example chain file. It seems like I don't have it, but I think it'll be fine. All right. So these pulsars are the simulated data set that we then ran QuickCW on to obtain this chain file. So data set and then results. And then once you have those, go ahead and plot the trace plots and histograms for the 8 continuous wave parameters, and then also find their maximum a posteriori values. I believe this is a section where, yeah, I'm really just gonna let you go off for a little bit and plot the trace plots, plot the histograms, make a corner plot. You really could just copy and paste the code above and then change the variables as needed, and then find the maximum a posteriori values. And yeah, this will really just kind of give you a sense of what a nice chain looks like, and kind of how well it did to recover the true values. But for now, we're not even looking at the true values. We're just going to look at the chain itself and see what kind of values it returned. So let's take, I don't know, maybe like 5-6 minutes or so, plot all of those things. And then if you want to continue on as well, I have provided you with the true injected parameters for this chain, so you can read those in and then compare those to the recovered values and see how well this chain did in recovering the gravitational wave signal. So a few things that you can do to compare the two is to plot histograms of those samples again, and then kind of include a line for the true value and one for the recovered value, see where they lie, as well as doing that waveform comparison again to see how the two waves compare. And if you have any questions, of course, feel free to come up and ask.
Oh, look at that later. Oh, look at that later. And I'm just like leaving the whole thing. I will look at it.
All right. So since we have about 10 minutes left, I want to make sure we kind of get through the rest of this. There's not much left, but we'll do our best. I know there's been a potential issue with that kind of modified QuickCW file that I provided, so I'll kind of take a look into that and see maybe what's going wrong there. It seems like there's some kind of import issue. But for now, if you at least just want to follow along kind of the solution version that I have up here to see what everything looks like, go ahead and do that. So after plotting the trace plots and histograms and things, you will see something like this. So really nicely sampled chains. The histograms all look very lovely. Really, well recovered sky location and frequency and strain and chirp mass. The phase and psi parameters will typically look like this. They are kind of almost like sinusoidal like this at the top because these are angular parameters. So at some point they kind of just wrap. So for example, 0 here is going to be the same as 2 pi. So that's kind of why you'll see that happening. But really the main parameters that we care about look really good. So with a good chain like this, let's look at the corner plot as well. This would be our sky location right here on the sky. And then as well as the frequency, strain, and chirp mass all look pretty good. You'll see some degeneracy here as well between the inclination angle and the strain. So the inclination angle is really sensitive, or the strain is really sensitive to the inclination angle of the binary, and they'll depend on each other in that way. So that's why you'll see this kind of banana shape here. Finding the maximum a posteriori values and then plotting them with the injected values, you'll get histograms that look like this. So comparing the injected in red to the recovered in black, we do pretty good across the board here as well. Again, the sign phase parameters are iffy, but they're not really all that informative. Especially for when we start to get into multi-messenger searches and that kind of thing. We're not really interested in those parameters as much. So I'm not too worried about them. We've got the inclination angle of the binary looks pretty good as well. The frequency, yeah, pretty good across the board. And then if you want to compare what these, what the injected waveform looks like with the recovered waveform, I did this for all of the pulsars in the array just to get a sense. So this array, by the way, had 45 pulsars. It was kind of modeled after the 12.5-year data set, the nanograph 12.5-year data set. So it's a lot more realistic in that sense. It actually has noise parameters and things like that. So in that sense, maybe, we've done better in actually constraining the signal because we have many more pulsars to do so. They all have different time spans. The data set itself is longer. There's a number of different reasons why this probably worked over our very simple data sets. And then plotting these waveforms against each other, some of them look pretty similar, like this one in purple, or even this orange one just looks like it's kind of offset in phase. Same with this brown one. Some of them look pretty different. I would say maybe these are just pulsars that aren't in a very sensitive position with the gravitational wave signal. I'm not 100% sure, but again, it's just an interesting diagnostic to look at when you do a QuickCW run, especially if it's kind of not going as planned like we had earlier, but this doesn't look too bad. All right. And then in like the last 5 minutes or so that we have, we're just gonna really scratch the surface of what we're gonna get into more tomorrow. So if we don't finish this, we can pick up where we left off tomorrow, kind of have this same section in tomorrow's tutorial as well. But really, this is getting into multi-messenger searches. And so one of the most important pieces we can obtain from a continuous wave search is the sky location of the binary. And that sky location is going to be pretty broad on the sky. We don't really have great localization capabilities with PTAs, so our areas in the sky where we think the gravitational wave is coming from ranges from tens to hundreds to even thousands of square degrees on the sky. So that's pretty large, but it's still informational in some way, because then we can start to look into that area and see, are there any potential host galaxies in that area? Are there any host galaxies that have been observed to have electromagnetic signatures, which we'll hear more about tomorrow, that might correspond to a binary, things like that. So let's just kind of see what this localization area looks like on the sky, and then we'll kind of conclude with that. So you'll just need the samples for your sky location. So go ahead and run that cell, and then run the corner plot. I guess I don't have this quite saved, but your corner plot should look essentially like it did up here. So it's just this corner plot here. And then we're going to do a sky map visualization using a software package called HealPy. So maybe I won't go into this too much now, but we can cover this a little bit more in depth tomorrow. So just go ahead and run this cell, and I'll walk through what this function is doing tomorrow. And then this function is making our sky map from our posterior samples. And when we plot it, oh, I did this wrong. I shouldn't have run that, but you should see a really nicely localized point in the sky with a very bright yellow pixel, and then some lighter pixels around it, and then the rest of the sky should be pretty dark. And it'll show you as well the pulsars in the simulated array, as well as the injected signal with a red cross. So we can see that the general region where we think the signal is coming from is pretty well determined from our analysis compared to where we actually put the signal. And I think with that is pretty much about it. Just to kind of segue into what we'll be talking about tomorrow, from that region in the sky that you'll see, we can kind of estimate this region is about 900 square degrees, which is a pretty large chunk of the sky, like I mentioned, to be going through and sifting through galaxies to find where this gravitational wave source actually came from. So we'll kind of start delving into these questions tomorrow related to, how do we sift through all of these galaxies? How many are there actually? Let's quantify that number, and then how can we potentially start to maybe throw out some galaxies and say these are probably not it, and these are probably, more likely to be it. So yeah, we'll explore those questions and some others in tomorrow's tutorial. And with that, I'll just kind of wrap up and see if anybody has any last questions.
That was amazing, Polina. Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions? Was everybody able to get some reasonable looking output, especially with that last map? All right. Okay. So more work tomorrow. Thanks again, Polina. Let's give her another round of applause. So tomorrow is our last day of the summer school. I know it's sad, but there are some people here that'll be staying on for the hack days next week. And so I wanted to talk a little bit more about what that will look like. So hands up who's staying next week. Most people. Okay. So for those that are not staying, indulge me for a few minutes while I talk through what that might look like next week. Too many tabs open. So if you go to the summer school Slack, there might be a channel that you haven't joined yet, but if you try to add a channel, it'll give you the option to browse channels, and you can go into Hack Week. In fact, if someone can just actually do hashtag Hack Week in the summer school, that'll give you the link that you can then join the Hack Week channel. And in that, it's pretty empty at the moment. It's just got the Zoom link, which is the same as this week. And it also has a bookmark to this Dropbox paper document. And the idea here is it's mostly a free-form exploration of some projects, an actual implementation of some of the principles we've learned this week. So there are different types of projects that you could be working on. And don't worry if you have no real idea of how to contribute to a project. You can jump into a project with some other people and ask them for tasks, or we can take a more active role in helping you figure out where to put your efforts. So we'll check in each day just to see what each project needs in terms of personnel, skills, or various tasks that need to be done. A lot of this was actually inspired by a Lisa hackathon that some of our members, like Kyle and Nima, attended recently. And that seemed to function really well. And it really just requires this, spirit of jumping in, not being afraid to be a little bit lost, but like just trying to make progress and hack on some code and projects. So on Monday, we'll check in, we'll introduce ourselves again, because there'll be some people online who haven't joined us for the summer school. We'll talk about some of the possible projects, we'll talk about our skill sets and where we might be most useful. And then we'll try to wrap up each day with what's been achieved and what needs to happen the next day to make solid progress. And then hopefully we'll have final presentations on Thursday of not necessarily completed projects by any means, but work that we've been able to get done. So add your introduction slides again to this deck, if you haven't done that already. And then we've got a menu of potential hacks here, which I've broadly split up into. I thought we were Star Trek heavy, so let's go Star Wars. So there are some deep learning pipelines that people could work on. There's one that's available on GitHub that corresponds to a paper that I was an author on recently. And so it's a normalized and flow-based way of doing PTA parameter estimation. So it's not involving likelihoods or sampling at all. It's training a neural network to learn the Bayes theorem mapping between data and posterior probability distribution. There's another really nice paper that came out recently from Michaela Valesneri and the Caltech group on a technique called variational Bayesian inference. I'll link the paper here. I'm really keen on exploring that more. And there might be ways we can do that in a simple way that lets us learn the principles. Then there's a ready-made package that does Hamiltonian Markov chain Monte Carlo. This requires more experience than someone just getting started, but maybe the instructions are good enough. And if you're brave enough, you get stuck in straight away. It's an evolution of our continuous wave search pipelines, where it's not exactly doing the sampling the way QuickCW does it, but it's using information from taking gradients, that is taking derivatives of the PTA likelihood. And by using derivative information, that helps a certain type of MCMC do guided exploration of the parameter space, and it's a lot more efficient. So this is built by Gabe Friedman, who's a graduate student at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and this is his package here. This might just be a very small group of people because the GPU accelerated pipeline, which is called Discovery, is being developed by Michaela Vallisneri and some other people, and it still requires invitation access to develop the code. So there are some small things that a few of us, if we're interested, might be able to contribute to. I think this is a good starter project here, and it's actually going to be really useful. Paulina and I and some other people have been interested in taking a galaxy catalog that was developed within Nanograv by Maria Carisi, taking a galaxy catalog and then turning that into a website where people could access the catalog and actually like sort of lasso regions on the sky, or even upload gravitational wave localization regions from continuous wave searches and see if you can select the galaxies from the catalog within those regions. And then in another little panel on the website, it would sort of be linked to that selection. You could actually see histograms that give you properties of the galaxies within that region. We had an undergraduate that made an excellent start on this, and she's prepared some instructions for how to get going with it. Some of it is built already, but there's some functionality in there that's still not complete, particularly with linking the selected regions on the sky to histograms of the properties of the galaxies that lie within that region. So some people that might be familiar with websites or with Java might be able to make an impact here. But I think that's a good starter project, and it's something that I'm very interested in. There's Gibbs sampling, and there is code to do this, particularly for single pulsar analysis, that's built by Nima, and Nima could put the code in here so people can get started. Gibbs sampling is this alternative way of doing analysis where it can be very, very efficient. And so if you learn how to do that, that'll give you a nice complementary way of doing single pulsar analyses. Something that I'm interested in is, well, we'll hear more about different electromagnetic signatures of supermassive black hole binaries tomorrow in Maria Carisi's talk. But essentially, you can get various signatures in quasar light curves that could indicate you've got a binary present. And some people have actually simulated this using really expensive binary disk simulations. And by changing the mass ratio of the binary and properties of the disk and all sorts of other things, you can see what the flux emitted from that binary disk system would look like. And it's got all of the physical effects in there. It's got things like Doppler boosting of radiation from some of the mini disks around the black holes. It's got lensing effects from one black hole passing in front of the other disk and lensing emission from the disk. It's got all sorts of physical effects in there. I thought it'd be kind of fun to build a model that would actually analyze quasar light curves using this simulation code, and maybe even doing a little bit of the variational Bayesian inference that I think is really, really cool, and I want to learn more how to do. If you're completely undecided, then we can come up with smaller scale projects or tasks within one of these projects that you can work on. I think a solid outcome as well, if you're completely undecided or you feel like you're more on the new side of things, is to just get more experience and more comfort running the various things that we've seen this week. So perhaps you haven't had enough time to really get to grips with some of these things, or you feel like you're just kind of mechanically running through cells and you'd like to have more time to explore these things. That's totally fine. I think that's a good project. And if there is a group of people that would like to do that, please form a group like that, just to learn more how to use Enterprise, learn more how to run the searches. Maybe your goal next week is to try to reproduce some of the results from the IPTA analyses last year. That would be great. Or feel more comfortable running optimal statistic analyses and reconstructing correlation curves. Or just taking longer to run the continuous wave analyses. All of these are good projects. So if you've got ideas, or if you're completely undecided, just try to put your name in one of these areas here. More projects are welcome, and just try to let people know what kind of expert level it would require. Are there any questions about that right now? Yeah, Robert.
So if we have the lead, can we attend the Happy virtually?
Absolutely, yeah. Anything else? All right, so let's wrap up for today. Tomorrow is the last day. I don't I don't think we'll actually use up all the time until 5 o'clock. So my hope is that we can maybe leave a little bit early and go out somewhere together nearby and have a proper goodbye to those folks that are leaving. All right. Thanks, everyone.